From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports. Welcome in to BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, ready to take you through your sports day. All day, basically. We got you the next 5 hours right up until 4 p.m. Eastern, and we've got a lot to get into. But before we get to anything else, a massive welcome back to Kate. Back after, what's it been, like 47 days since you officially became Mama Kate. Welcome back, Kate. Great to see you. We got to see your daughter right before the show started. She said her first hello to the boys here on BetMGM Game Day. She's beautiful. You look like you're doing great. How is everybody?
Guys, it's so good to be back with you all. Yeah, it's been, I don't know how many days, Chris. We're coming up on 7 weeks, which is like time has flown, and that feels like nothing at the same time. It has been the absolute best. Dad put her in her Mamba mentality shirt today for, mom's first day back on the show. 3 a.m. and she was born at 4. Like, it was like,
whoa.
I blinked and she was here. So
she didn't waste any time.
She didn't waste any time. She said, I'm making my my appearance, and we've been off and running ever since.
HOV lane. Wow.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. I've been there for that process with my 2 kids. It was a long time ago now, but I mean, to any woman going through childbirth, I mean, a million times over. I can't even imagine what it's like. I'll just leave it at that, because there's a lot going on there, and
I thought I was going to meet the Lord before I got my epidural. It was I was like, just take me, I'm done.
Well, you made it. You only had to go through 4 hours of that, which is amazing. And now here you are 7 weeks later. And it looks like everyone's doing great. So
we're doing great. We're ready to talk sports.
Yes. Also incredibly happy for you guys, and great to have you back. So let's do it. Let's dive into the biggest stories of the day right off the top of the show, as we like to do. It's called the High Five.
Five.
Got him! Mizorowski strikes out 3 in the 7th inning. He finishes with 8, and a brilliant performance from Miz in Denver.
Jacob Mizorowski, another phenomenal outing for the Brewers last night. Brian Anderson on Brewers TV with the call as he struck out the side in the 7th. 8 Ks over his evening of work in those 7 innings, a 7-1 win for the Rockies. Not only, Kate, did the Miz throw the single fastest pitch in the StatCast era last night, 103.7 miles an hour. He threw 45 pitches of 101 miles an hour or more, another record. He's got a .2 ERA. That's a 0.2 ERA over his last 7 starts. And we've got a legit 5-horse race for the NL Cy Young right now between Mizorowski, obviously Christopher Sanchez, who had the scoreless inning streak broken this past week, Shohei Ohtani, who somehow is doing more amazing things on the mound than he's done at the plate over the last couple of years. And then you've got Paul Skeens, who doesn't look quite as good as last year, but is still Skeens, and Chris Sale leading the Braves to an unbelievable start. So, 5-horse race in the NL Cy Young race right now. Is there anyone you look at and go, no, that's the one I like? I mean, because it feels like this is going to be one of those back and forth things all summer long.
Well, that's the thing is, like, right now, The Miz looks like he should be the front runner after the performance last night, right? Like, that would be the obvious choice. But this is baseball. It's a long season. So can he continue that type of performance start in and start out? Probably not. So this whole thing is just going to fluctuate over the next 3-4 months up until the end of the season of Ohtani having a remarkable game. Sanchez having a remarkable game. So, like, if you're trying to bet the Cy Young right now, I wouldn't necessarily go rush to the window and bet Mizorowski just because of what happened the other night. I mean, clearly unbelievable performance, but I think you're going to kind of have to just feel this one out over the next couple of weeks, months, and because they've all been so good so far, and they've all had great performances. Obviously, the one by the Miz might be the best of all of them this season, though.
That was, I mean, just the heat that he pumps, and he continued to do it last night after hitting somebody in the head. A lot of pitchers that affects them, gets them out of their headspace, and they can't regather, but he did. We'll go over those 5 horses in the NL Cy Young field in a little bit more detail, when they're going to be starting this week, what the numbers are, if you do want to bet it at BetMGM, all of that coming up in about an hour and a half here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, as we count down the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top, the high 5. Next.
4. Champagny putting pressure again out at half court. Here comes the double. Bridges, Towns, wide open, corner 3, knocks it down.
Mike Breen on the call in Game 2 Friday night on ESPN of a Karl Anthony Towns corner 3 over Victor Wembanyama. That put the Knicks up 4 late in the second quarter. Of course, they go on to win the game. We'll talk about Wemby in a little bit more detail later, Kate. But let's stick on the New York side of things as they get ready for Game 3 tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. Karl Anthony Towns, as much as we're going to talk about Jalen Brunson and how clutch he's been late in games, and he has, we'll talk clutch players a little bit later in the show as well. Karl Anthony Towns has been the best player on the floor through these first 2 games of the NBA Finals. Traditionally, a big target for NBA fans and NBA Twitter. Do you get the sense that maybe this is bringing people around to a level of appreciation for Cat? Like, would a Finals MVP kind of be the cherry on top and completely changing the narrative around his career?
I think it would 1,000% change the narrative around Cat's career. I mean, going into the finals, he was 22-1 to win MVP? That's a long shot, essentially, which means no one really had faith in Cat being the guy to step up and be the best player. I mean, I think we could all agree we thought that would be Brunson, and Brunson has been great at times, but what Cat's doing for Cat level, type of performances, this is the best stretch of performances that we've seen from him these last 2 games, and even going back to earlier series in the playoffs. So I 1,000% think that the narrative is changing on Cat, and it certainly should be changing on him based on the consistency throughout the playoffs. And then his post-game stuff, talking about his mom and stuff, I think that's making him more likable. Like, who's gonna root against that type of thing, right?
Yeah, no, we're seeing, I think, Karl Anthony Towns kind of take that step from guy that everybody around the league recognizes, obviously, sports fans recognize, to becoming a household name, really. And look, for sports fans, especially NBA fans, you've all known who Karl Anthony Towns has been for years, but watching him show up the way he has in the first 2 games of the NBA Finals, I think, like I said, is giving some folks anyway a new appreciation. We'll get into that in a little bit more detail in about 15 minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. Next.
3. Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Saratoga's Frank Miramati on the call on Fox Sports at Saratoga yesterday for the Belmont Stakes for the second year in a row, Kate. The Kentucky Derby winner skips the Preakness so that they can be ready for the Belmont and wins. So no Triple Crown, but 2 out of 3. And I've seen this talked about in horse racing circles just a little bit. Not that I frequent that space, but with the Triple Crown taking place in this really tight, condensed window of 5 weeks usually, is it maybe time for the horse racing business to consider altering that schedule so that horses can actually run in all 3 races and we have a more legitimate shot at getting a Triple Crown winner every year? Because what we saw from Golden Tempo, both in the Derby a little over a month ago and again at Belmont yesterday, I think that's the kind of thing that, had it happened with the Triple Crown on the line, would have been one of those moments that every sports fan remembers where they are. Now it's just more like, oh, okay, another horse won 2 out of 3 because they had to skip the Preakness.
Well, okay, Chris, I'm not a horse girl. I'm not a racing type of. I don't follow it all that close. But my initial thought when I literally saw the alert come across my phone yesterday that Golden Tempo won the Preakness. I was not tuned in. Like, why weren't we racing for the Triple Crown? And it makes sense. Like, the horses, it's too much on the horses. So, like, what's the point of having the Triple Crown if it's going to be too much on these horses and they can't even race in all 3 races anyway? So, yes, to answer your question, it should absolutely be spaced out, because it's not like necessarily like the horses couldn't do it, but like the health of the horse is at risk if they do it. So why do we have all of these races so close? Let's spread them out. That way they can actually run in all 3, and a Triple Crown could potentially be crowned every year versus, load management on these horses, right? Is that essentially kind of what it is?
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice to see them spread things out instead of, 2 or 3 weeks between each race. Give us like a full month between each race so that these horses are able to rest and recover and all that. And look, I don't know. I'm like you. I'm not a frequent horse racing fan. I show up for the Derby and then maybe peek in on the other Triple Crown races. But I have to think there isn't a reason short of, there aren't any major horse racing activities taking place in the middle of the summer. So why can't we do the Derby in May, the Preakness in June, and the Belmont in July? Can we not make that happen? Could we do that maybe just so that these horses are actually legitimately able to run in all 3, and we're able to get a moment like yesterday's where Golden Tempo does the same thing he did at the Derby, comes up on the outside, a late burst, wins the race, but it could be for a Triple Crown more likely. I don't know. It was just a thought I had about maybe spacing things out a little bit better because, let's be honest, horse racing, this is their window, right? Every year people show up for the Triple Crown races, the Derby, and then when we find out the Derby winner isn't going to be in the Preakness, everybody turns away and finds something else, playoffs or baseball or whatever. And it would be nice to have people actually feel more invested in all 3 of those races. Anyway, 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. We call it the high 5 next.
2. Brunson dribbles, pulls up, jump shot, back of the rim, won't go. Wemby the rebound, 12 seconds remaining. Stolen by Brunson and knocked down by Wemby. Brunson will shoot free throws with 9.5 remaining. Oh, what a turnaround in that sequence.
Mike Breen on ESPN and ABC at the very tail end of Game 2 of the NBA Finals Friday night. Wemby throwing the ball off of Stephon Castle's back. Then he fouls Jalen Brunson. Brunson goes to the line, hits the consequential free throws, or at least the first of the 2. And the Knicks go on to win. They're up 2-0. Okay, the Knicks all time in series that they start up 2-0 are 14-3. The Spurs, conversely, all-time in series where they are down 0-2, are 1-10. It feels like this thing will be lucky to get back to San Antonio for a possible Game 6. There's a lot of questions about Wemby, and I think we could go a million different directions with it. I don't want to take anything away from the phenomenal playoffs he had up until the finals started, but I think there's questions to ask, like, is Wemby too soft? Is Wemby too tired? Is Wemby too young? Is Wemby all of the above? Because he doesn't look like a guy who's ready to lead a team to a championship right now. He looks to me, to be honest, Kate, like a guy who exhaled after beating the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. We saw how emotional he got after that win against OKC and just wasn't able to get the energy levels back up to where they need to be to win a best-of-7 against the Knicks.
I mean, he essentially said that in one of his recent press conferences, is that, like, they didn't come off of the high from winning the Western Conference Finals well enough to go into, to switch over mentally to be in the finals. And that's, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's Wemby's too soft. I do think he's just young. Like, the play where he threw it to Castle and Castle's not looking, like, LeBron James probably would have just taken the ball up the court, right? And said, like, Wemby should have just had the confidence. Like, it was almost like he was unconfident, unsure what to do when they were playing hot potato and trying to get it up. And like, that should have been Wemby just taking the ball up the floor or slowing things down and trying to like take a breath. They had a little bit of time and settle his team so they could get the last shot. Like, those types of mental errors. I'm not sure it's necessarily like a softness that Wemby has, but tiredness, fatigue, both mentally, physically, immaturity, a little too young. All of those things is, I think, what's contributing to Wemby's play through these first 2 games. And he's been great at times, but he has not been a type of player that's going to lead a team to a.
The Vegas Golden Knights, Kate, become just the second team all time to blow a 4-goal lead in a Stanley Cup final game and still win that game. Multi-goal leads have been blown in each of the first 3 games of this series. It has been chaotic, to say the least. It's been a hell of a watch, though. Has this crazy Stanley Cup final had you locked in more so than you would normally be on hockey? And does it give us, you think, any indication about which way this series might go? Because I had thoughts coming into it, and I've had thoughts change based on how each game is playing out. But I mean, from shift to shift, let alone period to period and game to game, it feels like there's no way to tell. There's no momentum necessarily, or as soon as a team has it, they lose it. It's a wild back and forth so far, and it's, like I said, been a hell of a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, NHL playoffs are phenomenal. Like, the Stanley Cup final every year seems like it's a must watch. This is even more than that because of the chaos. It's you're right. You don't know what's going to happen game to game. No team feels like they have all the momentum, but it's just pure chaos through the first 3 games. And that makes it so much more fun to watch. So yes, I have been locked in on it, but I have no idea who's going to be hosting the Stanley Cup at the end of this, because I mean, does anyone, based on how these games have gone so far? It's been wild.
This has been, what is crazy is nobody, I think, who was paying attention to the Stanley Cup playoffs expected this to be as wild as it has been, because it's 2 teams that got through the playoffs playing pretty disciplined hockey, at times boring hockey. Everybody thought it would be that. It would be a boring series. It's been anything but. And Mitch Marner with a hat trick last night, the fastest hat trick, 6 minutes and 10 seconds, I think, in Stanley Cup final history. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the show, plus something that relates to Marner, because a former teammate of his in Toronto has a big question in front of him this summer. So, yeah, we'll even touch on hockey later in the show. There's a million things to dive into today here on Westwood One Sports. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day. We'll talk to Nick Shook of NFL.com coming up around 1:20 Eastern, 10:20 Pacific. Clearly, we've got to talk about the Myles Garrett trade to the Rams. It happened within the last week, and there's got to be a lot of stuff NFL offseason-wise, I think, that Kate probably wants to get off of her chest after being off for a while on maternity leave. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show will join us as well to preview Game 3 and what remains of the NBA Finals. A lot going on baseball-wise as well. But coming up next, we touched on it in the High Five. Is one guy getting his just due? Is the opinion changing on the guy who's been the best player on the floor through the first 2 games of the NBA Finals? That's next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
24. Anunoby drives on Wemby, gets inside, and throws it down. The force of OG Anunoby.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Mike Breen on ESPN and ABC during the fourth quarter Friday night of Game 2 of the NBA Finals. OG Anunoby dunking on Victor Wembanyama. That's kind of been the theme of the series. The Knicks dunking on Wemby and the Spurs. And I don't mean literally dunking on them repeatedly, but just taking control of the series in the biggest moments. We'll talk to Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show a little less than an hour from now, right around 12:20 Eastern, 9:20 Pacific. Don't forget, you can take us with you wherever you are inside the Westwood One Sports app, also the Odyssey app, AUDACY, and we're live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Is Karl Anthony Towns finally turning the page, Kate, do we feel like, to becoming a player that's getting the respect that it feels like the guy who, in my opinion anyway, has been the best player on the floor through the first two games of this series? Are people finally starting to come around on him? Because for a long time, he's been a doormat of NBA Twitter. People love to take their shots at him. And it feels like this is sort of changing the entire narrative around Towns and maybe changing the narrative around his career the way he's played in the first two games of this series.
I think it has to, Chris. Like, you can't be playing the manner that Towns has been playing, which is phenomenal in multiple different aspects, and not have the narrative around you change, especially when it has been, I mean, pretty negative. You're right. Like, everyone takes shots at Cat on Twitter. And that's like the opinion of Cat feels like it's kind of been frozen back to when he like was first in the league, or his first couple seasons back when he was like in his mid 20s, and he was soft. Like, any sort of physical play against Cat, physicality down low, Cat would back off. I mean, he didn't like that. And that was a fair criticism of him early on in his career. But players grow and evolve. And I think what we've seen from Cat, just even in these last two games, but the playoffs as a whole this year, is that his game has evolved. He as a player has evolved, and you can't have those same criticisms that you had a couple seasons ago. I mean, even when he was in Minnesota, like, those were fair criticisms then. I think being in New York, I don't know if it's, I mean, I know he's from New York, but if that's toughened him up a little bit, just playing in that, under that microscope or that arena.
Right.
But I mean, he's gotten significantly better, and what he's shown through these playoffs is a player that certainly deserves his flowers for everything that he's done. Because, I mean, even though Jalen Brunson is Mr. Clutch and is awesome in the fourth quarter, like, the Knicks would not be where they are in this series or here as a whole throughout the playoffs without the way Karl Anthony Towns has played and the numbers that he's put up in multiple different categories.
Yeah, the numbers are important here. Brunson is averaging 19 points, 2.5 boards, 4 assists per game. Obviously, we've talked about the clutch shooting, but overall, just 34% from the field, which I think has made those big shots in big late moments have that much more of an impact, right? But Karl Anthony Towns averaging 19.5 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, shooting over 55% from the field and over 42% from three in this series so far. And yet, you look at MVP odds, and Cat is plus 175 at BetMGM, and Brunson is still even money. I really like that number. If I'm looking to make a bet on NBA Finals MVP, I have a hard time not putting my money on Karl Anthony Towns right now, given that the Knicks are halfway to the title. They've won 2, and he's been the better player, or the best player, in my opinion, on the floor through those first 2 games. So, Cat, a Karl Anthony Towns MVP in the finals, Kate, I think would, A, not shock me at all at this point, but B, also completely change the way I think people look at his career after the way things started in Minnesota that you just talked about a moment ago.
Well, I think also, Chris, part of the reason Towns is the second favorite at BetMGM is because people haven't quite gotten over the previous narrative. Because the books can't price Towns above Brunson right now because everyone will run to bet Brunson because Brunson has that he has that respect so far. Towns is still earning that respect. And so that's why you see Towns as the second favorite, because the books don't want the liability of Brunson being, higher than he is. And Brunson going off in these next potentially 2 home games. And so I think that still speaks to Towns not quite having earned the respect yet. I'm with you. I think BetMGM plus 175. That's a phenomenal price on Karl-Anthony Towns for MVP of the finals based on how he's played so far. And I think he deserves to be the front runner. He deserves to win it if the series were to end today. And that would be enough to cement him going forward, because he's kind of had to reinvent his game a little bit in New York too. I mean, I forget which series it was, but he talked about, okay, I'm going to scale back on my number of shot attempts. I'm going to be more of a passer, and I'm going to be okay with that type of thing. And he's becoming more likable. So I think all in all, Cat deserves to be MVP. And if he wins MVP, that will certainly cement or change the narrative around how a lot of people talk about him.
And I think there's also a good question to sort of zoom out from just this series and the Knicks and Karl-Anthony Towns and even Victor Wembanyama. You zoom out and ask yourself, like, are we seeing sort of a, not revolution, that makes it sound a whole lot bigger than maybe it is, but just we see these things go in cycles in the NBA, right? Where for the last 10 years, maybe 10 to 15 years, it's been a very guard-driven, perimeter-driven, shot-heavy, especially from beyond the arc type game. And it's driven by, obviously, the Steph Currys of the world. He's at the top of the mountaintop in that regard. And I think what we've seen through these playoffs, whether we're talking about Wembanyama punking Chet Holmgren the way he did in the Western Conference Finals, or now the Knicks with Towns, Anunoby, and Robinson, and all these other big men sort of taking control of the series and Wembanyama shrinking, is the focus of the game has very much become on the big man. And now you've got a guy in Towns who not only can play that role on both ends of the floor, but can also ball handle. He can hit a three. Like, this is, in my opinion anyway, I don't know what you think. It feels like we've come all the way back around to, okay, it's not necessarily a post-up game. The big man's going to stand on the blocks and wait for the ball the way Shaq used to. But the big man revolution is happening in that players like Towns or Wembanyama are the drivers of what's going on in all of the big games late in the postseason.
I mean, if you look at some of the top players in the league right now, Jokic, Giannis, I mean, I shouldn't even throw out Embiid. Embiid, a former MVP, a big man.
But I think the point about Embiid is a good one, though, because like when it felt like the Sixers had life at some point in this postseason, it was because of Embiid. And so again, the series and the games within that series were driven by the big man. When Embiid was on, the Sixers looked like they had life.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not in like back to the 90s where it's like the big man, like you said, you just go post up down low. It's like these big men have kind of absorbed some guard skill set. And that's what's making them so important, is because they can initiate an offense. It's not just throw it into the post and let them go to work. They're initiating an offense that opens things up completely. Like Towns shooting threes, one of the best 3-point big men, like that changes the dynamic of the game incredibly. And so it is what we're seeing is a renaissance of the big man, but not your traditional big man. It's kind of the evolution of a guard skilled big man, if you will, that has the like Jokic's passing. Like that's an incredible skill set that he has that most big men back in the day didn't have the court vision that Jokic has. And so that's what we're seeing. And Cat has some of that.
And what I love is that the best players in this mold still have, I think more often than not, the desire, the want to, the willingness, as we've seen from Towns in these playoffs, in this series so far, to get down low. And if things get a little grimy, they're okay with that. Towns has come around in that regard. Jokic definitely does not have a problem with that. Antetokounmpo hasn't had a problem with that. Embiid, when he's healthy, is at his best when he's playing that way. And I think that's the one thing, to bring it all the way back around to Wemby, who we'll talk about in greater detail later in the show. That's the one thing we still question about Wemby, is he looks like he hasn't yet found that comfort level with, at least offensively, driving to the hoop, getting down low, getting dirty. Even the shot that he hit over Towns in the fourth quarter on Friday night was a little sort of running layup in the lane rather than going hard and trying to draw the foul while going to the hole. And I think that's still my biggest question of why I throw out the idea of, is Wemby soft? Maybe it sounds like it's going too far for some people, but like, I look at him and he hasn't found that grimy, gritty part of his game that you need to have as a big man, just as much as you need to have an 18-foot jumper when you have the chance.
Right. My only counter, I completely agree with you, Chris, but my only counter argument to that is, think of Giannis year 3. Remember how skinny and frail Giannis was when he came into the league? He looked like a baby. Yeah. Giannis is he's the Greek freak. He is a freak right now. His body type, his physicality, the muscle he put on, I feel like that's what Wemby needs to get to, and that's what he will get to. He's just still so young in this league, and so he probably doesn't know how to use that strength. Or maybe he doesn't quite have that type of strength, but will he get there? I think it's if I had to bet on it, which we do a lot on this show, 1,000%, yes, I would bet that Giannis puts on some muscles, or Wemby puts on some muscle, some weight, and is a completely different player in terms of kind of banging down low, and going to work in that aspect as his career moves on. Granted, he's already this far in year 3. We want him to be there already, but there still is an evolution that I think he needs to go through.
Knicks favored by 2.5 in game 3 tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden, which sounds like it could be an insane environment with the president going to the game and the security around Madison Square Garden. Sounds like, you take a game at Madison Square Garden and it's crazy enough, the energy in that building, but then you add all this whole other layer of what should just be insanity for the people trying to get into the Garden for game 3. I can imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow night. Don't forget, you can watch the show on YouTube, and you can chime in there as well. JC Roof on YouTube. Cat's the best player so far in the finals. Knicks in 6. I don't know if we get to 6 games. We'll see. The Spurs winning tomorrow night would go a long way in making that happen. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show is going to join us in about 40 minutes to talk about game 3 tomorrow night, specifically what we've seen through the first 2 games and where the series goes from here. But coming up next, there is the proposal out there from Major League Baseball towards the Players Association as they eye a possible lockout this offseason that would put in a salary floor that would cause about a dozen teams around baseball to have to instantly raise their payrolls. Should teams start thinking about doing it now? Those teams that are going to have to advance payroll, should they start doing it now to get ahead of it? Is that responsible? We'll get into the conversation. There are some ideas I think both Kate and I have about who could do that right now. That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Big day of baseball. We'll get into that NL Cy Young picture that we were talking about earlier in the show a little deeper in about an hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Fresh back from maternity leave. Looking great. Mama Monstable ready to rock here until 4 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports. BetMGM players with all the baseball today. You'll receive an MLB Odds Boost token and an MLB Parlay Boost token this weekend. To use either token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token inside your BetMGM app. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. I have a thought here, Kate, and tell me if I'm crazy, because we both are in cities where there are teams that could spend more money and put together rosters better than they do in Major League Baseball. You're not far from the south side of Chicago and the White Sox, who have gotten off to a great start this year, a whole lot better than anybody expected for the White Sox, but are bottom 4 in Major League Baseball in payroll. Right now, their payroll for this year sits at around $111 million. I, of course, have had the great misfortune of growing up a Pittsburgh Pirates fan in Pittsburgh, a team that for decades has been accused of not spending enough money, rightfully so. Being accused of it, I should say, rightfully so. $135 million on their payroll right now, and there's this new proposal for Major League Baseball that would set the salary floor as soon as next year at $170 million. So I look at teams like the Sox, like the Pirates, like the Nationals, the Rays, the Guardians, who are also having a good start to the season as well, the Marlins. And I go, wait a second. You're going to have to raise payroll by anywhere, when we talk about these teams, anywhere from 30 to 40 to maybe as much as $80 or $90 million in one offseason. Would it be irresponsible to just start doing it now, finding young players that you want to commit to long-term and just handing them massive contracts? Like if I were the Pirates, I would call up Scott Boras. I might not expect a positive response because it's Boras, but I would call up Scott Boras and say, hey, we want to give Skeens 10 years, $500 million, $50 a year. Bang, it's done. We're at the salary floor for next year as soon as it kicks in. And we've locked up our starting pitcher, our Cy Young Award candidate for the next decade. No problem. Again, I'm not saying Boras would accept those terms, but if I'm the Pirates, just as an example, I go out and do it. I get myself to the floor now and start spending that money before I get to the offseason, and I start committing to these young players.
I mean, I think that is the logical move, because otherwise, once the floor is set, then you're just having to spend out of having to spend, and so you end up making mistakes or knee-jerk reactions in terms of who you're signing, what you're spending, where if you start now, you can kind of start building to that. Murakami, like the Sox, either they should trade him right now and get a ton back for him, or if for the payroll thing, why don't you sign him to another long-term extension right now?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you pay the guy? And that's part of it. They probably won't do that, but those are the types of things that they could do now, and that would help once the floor is raised to get to those numbers. Otherwise, you're going to be scrambling, and maybe you sign players that like don't fit your long-term plan or aren't, going to be, I don't know, someone who's necessarily fits into your organization at the time. That's what it feels like would happen if teams wait.
Yeah, what I'd hate to see happen if this salary floor becomes a reality, which I'm hopeful it does, not just the floor, but the cap. And I thought baseball put forth a very good faith proposition that should be the starting point for negotiations going forward when they went back and forth with these proposals a couple weeks ago. But what I'd like to see is not these teams that are going to have to raise payroll going out and every year signing a bunch of veterans to overpriced one-year deals, right? Rather than bringing them in on, prove-it deals at a smaller amount of money. Actually, they might go out and, like you said, make poor decisions and sign guys to way too much on these one-year deals, and these veterans don't pan out. Instead, spend the money on the young guys that are in your system and lock them up now. That's the whole point of creating this floor, so that if you're going to be forced to spend the money that we all know you have to spend, you better spend it on your homegrown talent and keep them around and keep them from hitting free agency. And then hopefully you'll also have the money to go out and actually be a competitor in free agency, but lock down your guys first.
So, Chris, for your Pirates, like, who would you like to see them lock down? Do they have any prospects that are coming up that you're like, okay, this is someone who you should be paying and keeping on your roster for the next X amount of years?
I mean, Skeens obviously is the first one that I mentioned and you would jump to. But, I mean, you could look at the young starting pitching that they have. Like, Braxton Ashcraft is young and is having even a better year than Skeens, actually. And it's not being talked about enough. But that is a guy you could lock up long term. And you could do it at a pretty reasonable rate, I would think. Or maybe one of these veterans that you brought in on a trial 1-year deal, like a Brandon Lau, who's, near the top of the league lead in home runs. Give him an extension for 3 or 4 years. You've got the room to do that now. If you've got to get yourself to that salary floor, you're going to have to spend some of that money. So, I think a team like the Pirates, or maybe even a team like the White Sox, are teams that need to find that right mix of locking up young guys, but making sure that they also spend the appropriate amount of money on bringing in veterans or keeping veterans around who come in, like I said, on those 1-year prove-it deals. Well, if they prove it like Lau is doing for the Pirates right now, then go ahead and extend them and keep them rather than letting him walk in the offseason or moving him at the deadline, which is tradition for all these teams that don't want to spend and find themselves traditionally near the bottom of the standings.
I was going to say, that sounds like exactly what the White Sox do. Like, oh, you're pitching well for us. You're having a good season. All right, see ya. We're going to ship you off because we don't want to spend anything. I almost like the idea of the floor more than I like the idea of a cap. Because it would force teams, and I mean, maybe it's because we are fans of the White Sox and Pirates and are tired of them being at the bottom. Like, maybe teams at the top don't really love that, but it just feels like our teams are going to get better because of it. Whereas, obviously a cap that has its own positives in terms of maybe the Dodgers aren't just winning every single year, but I like the floor a little bit more because our teams, Chris, are probably going to become a little bit more competitive because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like I said, I think that proposal that Major League Baseball put forth a couple weeks ago, yeah, there's some tweaks that need to be made that would be more player friendly, but I think it's a really good faith way to start these negotiations as opposed to the Players Association, who just freaks out every time they hear the word cap. We'll talk more baseball in less than an hour. Jacob Misiorowski, hell of a start last night in Denver against the Rockies. The NL Cy Young race is totally bonkers. But coming up next, is anything short of a Super Bowl appearance a disappointment for one team that is clearly all in on 2026? That's next here on Westwood One Sports.
And there it is, a record that has stood nearly a quarter of a century has a new leader as 30-year-old Myles Garrett records his NFL record 23rd sack of the
From
year.
kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks to CBS for the call of Myles Garrett's record-breaking sack against the Bengals in Week 18. Myles Garrett no longer in the AFC North terrorizing Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Aaron Rodgers. He's off to the NFC West. He is now with the Rams. Is anything short of a Super Bowl appearance a disappointment for the Rams? We'll get to that in 1 second. Coming up in 20 minutes, Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show will join us to talk about the finals, maybe some offseason chatter as well, because the draft is not far off on the horizon. And then what I imagine will be the summer of Giannis will take off. We'll see if he actually leaves Milwaukee or somehow pieces things together with the Bucks. Coming up 1 hour from now, NFL regression candidates. Certain teams are being talked about all over the NFL space as teams that could, fall back this year after things benefited them last year. We'll get into all of it this afternoon here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. So Myles Garrett in LA, Kate. This is quite obviously the Rams going all in. Not that they were already Super Bowl favorites, but this is turning the temperature all the way up on trying to bake your Super Bowl souffle. Do you bake a souffle? I have no idea. I shouldn't have used that analogy if I don't know.
Yeah, my mom used to make spinach souffle, and that was in the oven, so that's baking it, right?
Okay, yeah.
We'll
So there you go. It worked. I pulled it right out of my butt, but it worked. They've turned the temperature all the way up on baking their Super Bowl souffle by acquiring Myles Garrett. There are the rumblings about Aaron Donald out there, too, which I think are kind of silly, even though he still looks like he could destroy quarterbacks and offensive linemen. Is it right that, I shouldn't ask, is it right that the Rams are Super Bowl favorites? Maybe we could start the conversation there. I mean, they already were before they acquired Garrett, but just how big of favorites should they be? Should it be a massive disappointment for the Rams and their fans if they're not at least in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, yes. Based on where they went last year, I mean, you could easily argue they should have been in the Super Bowl last year. So you have all of this talent. You're not losing a ton offensively, really on either side of the ball. You still have Matthew Stafford. And I mean, if you have Matthew Stafford, the MVP of the league last season, yes, he's older, but he's still pretty good. You got Sean McVay. Like, you have all the pieces in terms of what teams look at: quarterback, coach, in the trenches. Like, that's all pretty good. Their defense last year, I should double check my stats before I say that they were among the top defenses in the league, but they were solid last year, right? And I mean, Jared Verse goes, but you get Myles Garrett, the sack leader last season. And I think that if you are not in the Super Bowl, it is a disappointment, because of this move is essentially saying you're going all in because Matthew Stafford's window is closing. And so, like, let's go get one now. Maybe you suck for years, year upcoming once Stafford's done and stuff, but like, you're going all in right now.
Yeah, I mean, it has a bit of a Last Dance vibe to it, just a little bit, because Devontae Adams isn't getting any younger, right? You mentioned Stafford. They've gotten younger on the defensive side of the ball, obviously, over the last couple of years. But shipping Verse out to Cleveland changes that. You get Garrett, who's in his 30s. And, there is that feeling of, well, if it doesn't happen now, when the hell is it going to happen? And I think that's what continues to heap all of this pressure onto the Rams, that, hey, if you can't get past the Seahawks and into the Super Bowl, or anybody else that may be standing in the way in the NFC. And it's a pretty strong NFC playoff contender field, right? Like, I don't know about the Eagles. I'm not quite sure what it's going to look like without A.J. Brown. Maybe it's for the better. Maybe it's not. I think the Cowboys are going to look better this year than last year. That's just in the East. The North is stacked. All four teams, I think, have legitimate hopes of going to the playoffs, even the Vikings, who some people consider at the bottom of that division. The South, okay, it is what it is, but somebody's got to make it. And I think when Baker Mayfield's playing well, the Bucs should be the favorite there. And then you've got three quality teams in the West. We didn't even mention the Niners yet. So I think it's a really strong field. But when you look at the Rams, they've got to go. I mean, anything less than the NFC Championship game is like our jobs on the line type talk, I think, should be a part of the conversation.
When you lay out all those teams, yes. And I think like the NFC West might be the toughest division to get through. I mean, you mentioned the North being pretty tough, but like the Niners should be healthier. Like I saw a report yesterday, Kittle's hoping to be back week 1. Yeah. I mean, does that happen? We'll see. The Seahawks, I mean, so if you can win that division, or those are the teams you're going to be trying to beat out, I think, towards the end of the season.
As long as the Niners are practicing next to that power plant, I don't know if they're going to get any healthier.
They're going to they don't need to worry about them at all. Yeah.
But I do think like the standard is very high. The expectations should rightfully be very high in LA for what's expected of the Rams. And I think, like you said, what does the future look like when you decide to sell out on your first round picks for, like, you go back a decade now. Yeah. They have either traded the player that they made with the first round pick or traded the pick itself. And clearly Les Snead's F them picks philosophy is the way they're going to go. And so it shouldn't surprise anybody that they are all in on now. What was interesting was the other side of this trade, as people sat down and talked about it this week, Kate, as Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, sat down to answer questions. You're dealing with a team that, like I said, has that sort of F them picks philosophy in Snead and the Rams. And yeah, you got a first round pick this coming draft, a second rounder the following year, a third rounder the year following that. So a first, a second, and a third is a decent haul. But Andrew Berry was asked about the reports that maybe there could have been even more on the table, especially in the way of first-round picks, as they were looking to deal Garrett and talking to other teams besides just the Rams. This is what he said.
That wasn't the goal. That wasn't the goal of Miles. And probably what I mentioned on the onset, if we were to trade Miles, it's a very narrow universe of deals that satisfy it. Everyone wants to have a Myles Garrett on their team, but not everyone can afford that acquisition cost in terms of players, picks and dollars. And so, that was not the intent of any of it.
So the intent and the goal of trading Garrett was not to maximize the number of first-round picks. I had a hard time parsing through Barry's answer and what he really could have possibly meant by that, because what it sounded like to me was, well, the goal wasn't really to see how many picks we could get. It was just to trade Miles. And I know that can't possibly be what Andrew Berry meant.
Hearing that, I do feel like he worded that really poorly. Like, he probably didn't think through that answer enough before he spoke. And Grant just threw this in the chat. Is this Nico Harrison levels bad? This reminded me of the Luka Doncic trade. And maybe like not to the extent of like middle of the night, we're going to do this like all quiet and not tell anyone in the organization. But in terms of like not shopping your player around. Now, granted, Myles Garrett had a no trade clause, so he had to waive that in order to go to the Rams. And I do think like getting Jared Verse, he was a first round pick. So like, could you call this getting 2 first round picks for Myles Garrett? And it within one, what you're getting in Jared Verse. I mean, the defensive rookie of the year, his first season, a 2-time Pro Bowler. So like, instead of getting 2 first round picks and not a player, you get a player that what they're going to become or what they are.
Pick quality. Yeah.
Yes. Versus like drafting someone and maybe they don't pan out. And like the Browns aren't an organization that you look at and they're like, they're awesome at drafting, right? Like that. So I don't necessarily hate what they got back for him. It is just interesting that like they didn't shop him around, but I do think part of that no trade clause might be some of the reason they didn't shop him quite as much as the general public might think they should or could have.
I was actually talking to someone from Cleveland Friday afternoon. And I was talking to this guy, and, Cleveland and Pittsburgh have this rivalry. He was in town for the Morgan Wallen concert, the one that actually happened, not the one that got canceled. Ooh. As you see my eyes narrow.
Are we bitter, Chris? Yeah, I would be.
I'm not nearly as bitter as my wife is, by the way. We were ready to go out the door yesterday. She's got her cowboy boots on. She's got her fringy halter top and all that. And
we're worked on that outfit for a while.
Yes. And we're getting ready to jump in the car with our neighbor friends, and everything's packed up. We're ready to go. Bang, the notification comes that the Morgan Wallen show was canceled. And yes, there are a lot of angry Pittsburghers this morning, because the storms that rolled through, it wasn't really as bad as it should have been to cause the cancellation of a sold-out concert with Morgan Wallen. Anyway, I'll push that to the side. There was a guy in town Friday who I was talking to from Cleveland who got to go to the show that actually did happen. And we were busting each other's chops a little bit because Cleveland and Pittsburgh have this rivalry. And he said to me, do Pittsburghers hate Cleveland more than any other city or any other rival? And I said, no, not really, to be honest. Pittsburghers, I think, have a bigger chip on their shoulder towards maybe Baltimore or Philly, because those are the teams, the Eagles, or not the Eagles, I'm sorry, the Ravens and the Flyers are both big rivals of Pittsburgh teams. I said, I think the feeling we have towards Cleveland and the Browns specifically is more one of almost empathy, right? Because the Browns have just been such a hot mess for so long. And I feel like that sentiment is beyond the 412 area code now. And most of the country looks at Browns fans and just goes, oh, it's like when you do something dumb in the South and they don't want to insult you by telling you did something dumb. They just look at you and go, oh, bless your heart. Like the whole NFL universe, all fans just look at the Browns now and go, oh, bless your heart, darling. We're here for you if you want to talk about it. And there's just sympathy and empathy towards the Browns because they can't, it's yet another rebuild. And who knows who the quarterback is. And yeah, you got Jared Verse. That's great. And you got these picks. But does anybody, like you said, really trust Andrew Berry and the Browns to make the right moves with those picks?
No. So no. And they have a lot in 2027. Like they have plenty of stuff where they can, I mean, you're not turning your franchise around with like 5th and 7th picks, but round picks, whatnot that they have. But it feels like, yes, Jared Verse is a great player. And yes, you did get another 1st round pick and everything, but like you're still going to be at the bottom of that division until you get the quarterback situation right. And you may have a zillion quarterbacks in that quarterback room, but like, are any of them going to pan out? So like, maybe this comes down to, okay, do you get a quarterback in 2027 that is your next franchise quarterback? And then maybe that makes that trade more worth it if that's the player that essentially pans out from that trade and turns your franchise around. But again, do we count on the Browns to do that?
No, very little faith in that front office to actually do the right thing with, look, they'll probably have a top 10 pick again next year because the Browns are bad. And they will have had another year to figure out, like a full year to figure out whether Shedeur Sanders is an NFL caliber starting quarterback or not. But if he's not, then you're going right back to the drawing board again in the 2027 draft. And that's great. You can use that top 10 pick on a quarterback, but it would be a whole lot better to have that in place, to already know who your quarterback's going to be and be able to use that top 10 pick on, some sort of support piece, an offensive lineman, maybe
any other position.
Anything. Look at the Browns depth chart. And then to have the second, the other 1st round pick, which I imagine will be very late 1st round because it belongs to the Rams. That's the opportunity to maybe but it's got to feel so hopeless. Look, again, I'm a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. I've grown up a Pirates fan, so I know hopelessness when I see it. And the Browns have just been mired in hopelessness for going on 30 years now, other than the one wild card win with Baker Mayfield, conveniently enough, against the arch rival Steelers in 2020. They've done nothing to inspire any level of hope. In fact, it almost feels more hopeless after this.
Well, also, you look at the teams that were below them in the standings last year, like the Raiders. They got their quarterback. They should be better than a 3-win team this year. Even the Titans, in the, like another year of Cam Ward. So, like, you could go from, I'm just looking at the standings from last year. You finished, 13th, 5-12. They could be at the very, very bottom of that conference next year based on, how some of the other things shake out. But there's really no hope right now. There's no light at the end of the tunnel, it feels like, for the Browns, despite getting a first round pick. Yeah. I mean, the Rams were the winner in that trade, I want to say.
Yeah, now they just got to have it translate on the field and be the winners there as well. Otherwise, to bring it full circle here, I think anything short of a Super Bowl appearance is probably a pretty big disappointment for the Rams and their fans. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in about an hour, Nick Shook of NFL.com will join us. We'll talk about not just the Myles Garrett deal. We could talk about Caleb Williams, Madden 27 NFL cover boy. We could talk about rookies we expect to have a big impact. We'll power rank our expected most impactful NFL rookies later in the show as well. But coming up next, back to the NBA Finals. Game 3 tomorrow night, New York, Madison Square Garden, Knicks and Spurs. Knicks trying to put an absolute stranglehold on the series. How do they do it? How do the Spurs bounce back? Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show will join us next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
Bridges on him. 4 seconds. Fox to Wembanyama. Pulls up. Jumper. Won't go. Rebound taken by Vassell. It's over. It's over. The Knicks survive. This magic carpet ride continues. 13 straight victories, and they lead 2-0 here in these NBA Finals.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Mike Breen on the call, the end of Game 2 in San Antonio on ESPN and ABC. It's a 2-0 lead for the Knicks over the Spurs in the NBA Finals. We ran down the numbers earlier. It is not good for the Spurs. 1-10 all-time in series where they've been down 0-2 to come back and win the series. The Knicks all-time 14-3 in those series where they have led 2-0. Game 3 tomorrow night in New York should be a ridiculous atmosphere. Not just because it's the Garden for the finals, but because the president's going to be in the building, all the associated chaos that comes with the security around the Garden and Times Square and all over New York with that going on. So not only the NBA Finals, but an added layer of energy to the Garden. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. It's BetMGM Game Day. Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show and the Laker Nation pod joins us now. Two places where it should be very interesting around the NBA in front offices this offseason, Trevor, and specifically in LA with the question of LeBron's future. We can get to that stuff a little bit later, though. Let's talk about this NBA Finals so far. And what, in your opinion, is the reason we've seen Victor Wembanyama specifically have the issues that he has had? We talked about Karl Anthony Towns and the way he's played in the first two games. He's probably been the best player on the floor through the first two games of this series. But Wemby, since the Western Conference Finals, has seemingly shrunk just a little bit. Certainly not literally, still the biggest man on the floor, but figuratively. What do you account for that?
Yeah, I think that this is one of the first times really we've seen in the playoffs where Wemby has looked his age, where you'd say there's a lack of experience here that is plaguing the San Antonio Spurs. You didn't see that last series against the Thunder. In fact, I thought the Spurs looked like they were the veteran team in Game 7, and it was the Thunder who looked more unprepared for the moment. Right now, though, it looks like the Knicks may just be a team of destiny. They are absolutely clinical in their execution, the way they are pestering Wemby and just pushing him out of his spots, making him uncomfortable out there on the floor. He's not doing nearly enough in the paint. A lot of that is certainly credit to Karl Anthony Towns. His ability to shoot the three drags Wemby out of the paint a bit. And the Knicks have done a nice job moving the ball around, the drive, the kick. Once they put the Spurs in the blender, they do not let them out of it. Just constant drive and kick actions keeps Wemby on his toes, keeps him from being able to just camp in the paint and use those endless arms to block shots all night long. So they're doing a phenomenal job just making Wemby work play after play after play after play. I do think fatigue is setting in a little bit as well. He's playing more minutes than what he saw certainly during the regular season, but the Knicks are doing a masterful job as a team. I give a lot of credit to Cat for frankly outplaying Wemby up to this point, but the Knicks, the execution that we've seen from them and the level-headedness we've seen from the Knicks has certainly been a contrast from the younger Spurs side so far in the series.
Trevor, you say you give a lot of credit to Cat, and we've talked about Cat a lot just over the last hour on this show. Of does the narrative around him change because of his play in the last two games and the playoffs as a whole? The performance that he's had, and not really. I mean, you go back to some of his early days in his career. He's soft. He doesn't like physicality. He fouls too much. All of that, like, is that all out the window based on what we've seen from him so far?
Yeah. I think we're seeing a sort of revenge series from Cat. He's going out there and he's using his physicality in so many tremendous ways. His athleticism. You look at the way he's attacked Wemby off the bounce. When Wemby has come out on him to contest the three, he's driving past him, and he's not like slipping by, sliding by. No, he's powering past Victor Wembanyama. He's going to the hole with bad intentions defensively. He is pushing, shoving, doing everything he needs to do, battling in the paint. But what I really love is every time Wemby gets switched off to anyone else, Karl Anthony Towns is just a battering ram in the paint because he knows there's nobody else that can keep him off the offensive glass. So he's grabbing offensive boards just by outpowering everyone else out there on the floor. It's like this is the moment for him. You could argue he should be the finals MVP right now if the series were to suddenly end. The way that he is taking everything that has led up to this moment and putting it into this game, the shooting, the offensive skills, the defensive skills that he's flashing now. Remember, he came into the NBA out of college known as a defensive guy. We're seeing that pop up as well. And he's been plagued by those questions about his physicality that he's throwing into this game too. This is Karl Anthony Towns prime right now. And I just love what we're seeing from him out there on the court.
Trevor Lane of the NBA Front Office Show with us here on Westwood One Sports. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Do you get the sense, Trevor, it shocked me, not necessarily in a bad way. You want to see a team celebrate a victory. But the way the Spurs celebrated after Game 7 against OKC, in particular Victor Wembanyama, had me question if they were going to be able to get back to where they needed to be emotionally and mentally for this series. And I think we can see now, and Wemby has even alluded to this in some of his comments, they haven't been able to. Is this giving you the sense that maybe this is, we talk about it all the time with young teams across all sports, but especially in the NBA, that this is the lose before you can go on to win kind of moment for this young Spurs team?
I think it very well could be. And, Wemby with his comments after Game 7 gave me a lot of hope that it was not going to be that case. The way he was talking about how important it is, how this is his main thing is basketball, and how this is the most important thing to him. And he, the comments he's made the other day about wanting to be the face of the league and all these sorts of things. Everything that we've heard from him suggests that he gets it. This is not an opportunity that he's going to let pass by in terms of his ability to become one of the all-time greats in the NBA. But it's very hard. It's very difficult, even if you do have that mindset going in of we are not going to fall victim to this. We beat the Thunder, so everything's good mentality. We're just happy to be here. We're not going to fall into that. We want the whole thing. Even when you have that at the forefront of your mind, it's still very difficult to bounce back from a 7-game series and then get into a series against a well-rested Knicks team that has swept their way through the last 2 rounds, and they've had the good fortune of playing teams that have been coming off of 7-game series. It's a very difficult challenge, especially when it's a tough physical series against a team like the Thunder, to bounce back like that. I thought game 1 reflected it perfectly. You know, we saw a little bit of the rust in the early going from the Knicks. We saw the rest giving the Spurs the advantage. And then we went the other way. And as the game went on, it was that rest advantage for the Knicks that ultimately won the day for them. So I do think there's an element to it. And that's for the NBA moving forward, that this may actually be the scary result here is Wemby losing in the finals, because you know he's going to come into next season as an absolute destroyer. He's going to spend all summer grouchy, not happy, training his butt off, and we could see an absolute dominant Wemby to start the season next year. So that's the scary thought, but the Knicks, that's not their concern. They need to go out there and take care of business and do what they can to capitalize on a younger Spurs team that's coming off of a very difficult series.
Yeah, I mean, if Wemby last offseason is training with monks and doing all sorts of stuff like that, what's he going to do this offseason after potentially losing in the finals? Trevor, question that just I have personally is, should Mitch Johnson have called a timeout after Wemby got that rebound before passing it to Castle's back? Like, it felt like they were all kind of out of sorts there. Wemby was sped up a little bit, but like, they had timeouts. Should that play be on Mitch Johnson not calling a timeout there?
Yeah, that's certainly part of it. I mean, I get it. The ball's in the hands of your best player. You're getting into transition. You're getting out there running. And I understand it's Wemby, right? So it'd be different if it were Luke Cornett or some other big that was trying to dribble down the floor. It's Wemby. He's routinely done absolutely incredible things. I get that element of it, but it felt like everything was so scrambled in that moment. And it's a split-second decision, but I was surprised in the moment that he didn't call timeout there. I was also surprised Wemby made the decision that he did and turned it over and all of that, but that's a moment to get the ball into the hands of one of your guards, though the play is probably going to be ultimately to get the ball back into Wemby's hands. So you can make an argument either way. I do think, though, that he should have called timeout in that moment, because just the way that was lining up, I thought the Knicks were already getting back defensively. I don't think there was much of an advantage to be had by having Wemby just dribble the ball up the court. You were better off setting up a play and then running something in the half court than trying to get out in transition. I thought that transition opportunity was not there anyway. But perhaps as we're talking about the growing pains of a young team in San Antonio, maybe that's the growing pains of a young coach as well.
Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show with us on Westwood One Sports. If the Knicks finish this off, Trevor, where do you rank them amongst the all-time great single-season NBA championship teams? I mean, right up there, I would think, with like the 17 Warriors. Just the stretch of dominance that they had before this series began, and then continuing to win against a team that I think a lot of people thought, whoever came out of the West, in this instance the Spurs, were kind of de facto champs. The East was given a lot of, just downgraded a lot in these playoffs based on how it shook out. But the Knicks kind of staking their claim to be one of the best single-season NBA champs of all time.
Yeah, it would be one of the best playoff runs that we've seen ever. They would be certainly one of the best playoff risers. Look, there's a reason why we had whoever came out of the West as the likely champion, whether it be the Spurs or the Thunder, because those two teams have simply been better than the Knicks over the course of the regular season. And that's credit to New York for picking up their game when we get to the playoffs here. They've done a phenomenal job taking their game to another level and really showing everybody what their ceiling can be as a club. And not everybody can do that. Not every team can get to the playoffs and then play their best basketball, but that's exactly what they've done. You look at the win streak that they're on right now. I mean, they haven't lost since the end of April. Since the end of April, they haven't lost. And here we are. You think back to the 2001 Lakers, who went on their run, sweeping their way all the way to the finals before they lost game 1 against Allen Iverson's Philadelphia 76ers, and then winning 4 straight. That's the kind of run right now these Knicks are on. This will be remembered as one of the greatest playoff runs I think that we've ever seen from an NBA team, given the way that they have stepped up their level. Yes, there'll be a lot of commentary about, well, but they played teams coming off a 7-game series and they got teams that were a little beat up and all of that. You know what? You can't control who's in front of you. All you got to do is get out there and win. And that's exactly what the Knicks have done. They're playing phenomenal basketball. It's not perfect. I think they can actually, this is the scary thing, I think the Knicks can actually get better. Jalen Brunson has not shot particularly well this series. I think that's about to change for Game 3. But this is an incredible playoff run for the Knicks and certainly ranks up there among the all-time great runs that we've seen in the NBA.
Trevor, how much credit do you give Mike Brown? Because it's not often, I know he's not a first-time head coach, but his first season with the Knicks, especially, just the styles of coaching between he and Tibbs the years prior when the Knicks made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, what type of credit does Brown deserve in this run?
He deserves tons of credit. I mean, this is what he was brought in to do, was to take them to that next level, to get them to that next step. They almost got there, and it wasn't quite enough. They changed their coaches to see if that could put them over the hump, and now they find themselves in the NBA Finals with a 2-0 series lead. I think he's done a fantastic job relying on his bench in big moments, trusting them to come up with big plays. That's something that Tom Thibodeau is not necessarily known for, but he's done a great job empowering guys like Landry Shamet to come in and knock down big shots, give him big opportunities, and he's been rewarded for doing that. So when the Knicks decided to move on from Tom Thibodeau, it was a very controversial decision. There were a lot of people who said, wait a minute, this was a really good season the Knicks just had, and they beat the Boston Celtics. That was the team they were assembled to beat in that playoff series. They were specifically put together to try to counter that Celtics team. Shouldn't this be mission accomplished? Shouldn't you stay the course? Instead, they took a chance. They made a change. They said, we have our sights set on bigger goals, and it's really paying off for them right now.
Trevor, before we let you run, I wanted to ask you, obviously, about the offseason and just how you see things playing out around the league. We're a little bit more than 2 weeks away from the draft. If Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to get moved, there's been indications by Bucks owner Jimmy Haslam that he wants to do it before this year's draft. I would think that's the first big domino to fall this summer, but obviously we've got the question of what LeBron decides to do. Whether he's willing to stay in LA on a bit of a bargain deal. Doesn't sound like he's very excited at that proposition. If not, where does he go? And then how the second apron is figuring into what everybody wants to do this offseason and really limiting the amount of big names we may see bounce around the league this summer.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a very active NBA summer. You look around the NBA, how many teams, especially with the new rules that just came into play regarding the draft lottery, how many teams are going into the season thinking we're going to rebuild, we're going to tank? Nobody's really doing that, at least not the tank aspect of it. There's a few clubs that will still be rebuilding. We look at, say, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Brooklyn Nets, still early in their build. But when you look around the league and you see the Utah Jazz, they're going to be going for it next year. The Portland Trailblazers are going to be looking to take another step. You look in the East, you've got the Indiana Pacers who are going to get Tyrese Halliburton back. They're expecting to take big steps forward. You're going to have a lot of teams that are going for it, and there's going to be a highly competitive environment. I think that's going to create a lot of motivation for teams to go in and try to add pieces to win right now. I also think as good as the Knicks run has been, teams aren't going to look at the Knicks and say, well, you know what, there's just no stopping that. We might as well wait a few years for them to fall off. No, I think teams are going to be very emboldened to go out there and try to challenge the strength of the Knicks. Or if the Spurs come back, the Thunder, of course, are still going to be out there. But I think we're going to see teams that are very motivated to make some big moves, to add to their rosters, to do everything they can to improve. And that means we're gonna get, I think, a very busy NBA offseason. I do think Giannis Antetokounmpo gets moved. It makes too much sense. If I am the Bucks, I am definitely, if he tells me anything other than yes, I am 100% signing that extension when you can offer it to me August 1st. If he says anything else, that's it. You're out. I'm trading him immediately and not allowing him to have the kind of power that he would have if he gets to free agency next year. So I do think Giannis winds up getting moved because I don't think he's going to agree to that contract extension. And trading him before the draft makes sense because then the Bucks will be able to use those picks in the draft. Sounds like there's already some good offers out there. As far as LeBron and what he's going to do. That seems to be very much up in the air. If he is going to take any kind of a pay cut, whether that's the Lakers or otherwise, I think he's going to want to get a sense of what it is that he's going to be taking a pay cut for. What will that pay cut allow? Will that allow, if he's going to the Warriors, will that allow him to play with Steph and Draymond? And can they add another piece and go from there? What about the Cavs? Can they do some maneuvering to get under that second apron, maybe even under the first apron, depending on how much money James Harden is willing to take? And then with the Lakers, can he take less and allow them to make use of the cap space they could, not definitely, but could have access to? So there's a bunch of huge stories around the NBA. Giannis, LeBron, certainly at the forefront of it all. But I think we're going to get a lot of activity. It's going to be a busy NBA summer. And again, we're going to have so many teams going for it next year. This is Adam Silver's dream scenario, right? Is all these teams are going to be going for it and playing to win. There's no incentive to lose anymore. So I think we're in store for a great, great offseason in the NBA.
Best place to stay up to date on how all of it is being maneuvered, the NBA Front Office Show, which Trevor co-hosts. And, of course, he's got your Lakers insight as well, Lakers Nation Pod. You can check that out as well. Follow Trevor on X, @Trevor Lane. We appreciate the time today, man. Enjoy Game 3 tomorrow night.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Trevor Lane, co-host of the NBA Front Office Show, Kate, and the host of the Lakers Nation Show as well. This offseason, I think, like Trevor said, is going to be fascinating to watch with all of the factors at play with Giannis, with LeBron. What do the Cavs, like he said, decide to do with Harden? Can they get out from underneath that deal? And the second apron and then the lottery implications on everything. Like Trevor said, a lot of teams that are going to look at it and say, well, we can't really tank anymore. We're not in the middle of a rebuild anymore. We've got to go after someone or something to propel us upward in what could, again, be a wide open East. And other than the Spurs and the Thunder in the West, that second tier could be wide open.
I mean, my biggest thing that I'm just interested to see where Giannis goes. I think that's going to change a lot. And that's going to make, I mean, he's going to want to go to a contender, but that's going to make some team, like, talk about the Rams jumping to the favorites or being a Super Bowl or bust. Like, wherever Giannis goes, it's likely going to be a Larry O'Brien or bust type of situation, even in his first season with that team.
The one thing, and it's a little bit of a crazy scenario I've cooked up in my head, but there have been rumblings about the possibility of Giannis to the Cavs. You know, is it maybe Donovan Mitchell back to Milwaukee to create the cap space to make that work? And then if LeBron is actually interested in going back to Cleveland for one final year, could you get LeBron, Giannis, and Harden together in Cleveland? Is that something that would work cap-wise and instantly make them contenders in the East? And that's just one scenario. You could cook up a bunch of them, but it's why it all starts with Giannis and where that domino falls.
Yeah. That would be something that, I mean, I have no idea what LeBron's thinking, but like if I were LeBron and you may have to take a pay cut in LA, but you could go back to Cleveland and finish your career there and team up with Giannis, like that kind of seems like a no-brainer to me. Again, not in the mind of LeBron James, but like, yeah.
Yeah, and it gives the Cavs somebody who they can trust, I think, to handle the ball in those big moments. And in LeBron, and you're not necessarily always putting it in Harden's hands because we saw how that worked out. Make Harden a little bit more of a secondary player in those situations if you've got LeBron and Giannis. I don't know. Maybe it's a pipe dream that I'm cooking up for my friends in Cleveland. Top of the hour, we'll get into some of those teams that I think people are looking at around the NFL and saying, nah, there's no way they're as good this year as they were last year. They're going to fall off. Some candidates we have for regression in the NFL. But coming up next, it is a deep and wide race for the NL Cy Young, and one of the guys near the top of the list went off last night. We'll talk about him and the other guys involved in that NL Cy Young race next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We're less than a week away from the World Cup. Gets started Thursday, the first American match Friday in LA against Paraguay. When the U.S. scores, you score too. Inside the BetMGM app, you can win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World Cup match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Goal Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in that match, and then the bonus bets split among all eligible winners after the match. Yep, the World Cup right around the corner. No place better to get in on the action than inside your BetMGM app. It is Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. Jacob Mizorowski, another ridiculous start in Colorado last night, Kate. 45 pitches, I think, of 101 miles an hour or more, which is ridiculous. 8 strikeouts. He's down to 2-1 to win the NL Cy Young. His next start Friday against the Phillies. You've got Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, obviously the favorite in the NL Cy Young race after that scoreless inning streak he put together earlier in the month of May. He starts tomorrow in Toronto. We've got Ohtani in the mix. We've got Paul Skeens in the mix. Those two won't face each other, but their teams will this week in Pittsburgh, the Pirates and the Dodgers. Chris Sale is right there in the conversation as well with the way the Braves are playing, and he is pitching. Do you have a favorite right now in the NL Cy Young race? Let's take the odds out of it for a second and take the value proposition out of it. Just one of these guys in the NL Cy Young race that you like right now, Kate.
I mean, I think I would say it's between Sanchez and Ohtani. Like what Ohtani's been doing, I know he hasn't pitched the volume of innings hasn't been there quite yet, but like the numbers that he has is unbelievable. But you could really, I mean, and then the innings thing that Sanchez did earlier this year, like that's crazy too. So like I think you could make a very fair case for any of the top 3, but you can't necessarily count out Skeens, right? Like a slower start for Skeens, but a slower start for Skeens is like a Cy Young start for most players in any other year where you don't have this crazy race going on in the NL right now. Like, I think a lot of players even further down the board could be Cy Young candidates in another year when this type of stuff isn't going on. So, just based off what we've seen so far, and Mizorowski's been phenomenal too. I'm just trying not to be overly like recency bias with him based on what we just saw from him. Like I'm trying to take that factor out of it. I don't have an answer for you, Chris, because any of the top 3, those I would be totally fine if any of those guys took home the award at this point.
Yeah, I felt the same, victim of the moment type thing when looking at Mizorowski too, but it's like 7 starts in a row now. He's been impeccable, a 0.2 ERA. I think if I strip the odds away and just talk about who I think has the best chance to win, Skeens has always been good at bouncing back, and after a couple of rough starts, maybe he's in a position, especially in a series where a lot of baseball eyes will be on the Pirates and the Dodgers this week, to have a quality start, bounce back, look like Skeens again, and maybe start a run that vaults him back up towards the top of the list. I wonder when we get to the voting at the end of the year, how much the memory of the Sanchez scoreless inning streak may be in the rear view and affect people's voting. Can he continue to pitch like that the rest of the year? I think everything right now points me towards the Miz, but like you said, it's hard to count Skeens out. And then Ohtani might get it just based on the fact that he's a unicorn. Like that's, if he continues to do what he's done, he has to be in the mix. Coming up next, teams we think could fall off from where they were last year. NFL regression candidates here on Westwood One Sports.
Kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up 1 hour from now, is Wemby just too soft to win a title? Or is he too young, too tired, and a million other things that are going on with him and the Spurs as they're down 2-0 to the Knicks in the NBA Finals with Game 3 tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. It's Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day with you till 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, talking not just NBA Finals, but NFL offseason as well. We'll touch a little bit on that wild Game 3 in the Stanley Cup Final and just a wild series overall later in the show. Plus a big absence for a team that felt like they were trending in the right direction, battling for the lead in their division in Major League Baseball, but now could be in a tough spot for the next 6 to 8 weeks with a superstar out. Nick Shook of NFL.com will join us in 20 minutes as well. Don't forget, you can listen wherever you are inside the Westwood One Sports app and the Odyssey app, AUDACY, always live across North America. Westwood One Sports is on Sirius XM channel 375. There are a few teams, it feels like, Kate, that immediately fall out of people's mouths when we talk about teams who aren't going to do as well in 2026 as they did in 2025. The Patriots, because of the softness of their schedule last year, how they got, you could say, lucky in the AFC Championship game, not having to face Bo Nix, all the other distractions, that's a nice way to put it, around Mike Vrabel this offseason. I've seen people question whether the Bears are due for regression after all the one-score games they won in 2025. The Broncos have been mentioned similarly. I talked to Courtney Cronin about some of these teams on Friday when I filled in for Nick Costos on You Better You Bet. When you look at teams that are ripe for regression in 2026 over 2025, who are you looking at, maybe aside from or including those three that I just mentioned?
I hate to say it, Chris, but the one that stands out the most for me is the Chicago Bears. My Chicago Bears. How do they not? How do they not? You had 7 one-score wins and 8 fourth-quarter comebacks last year. You had a first-time head coach that, exceeded all expectations, and he is kind of one of the only, not the only reason, but he is one of the reasons that if they don't regress this year, I think it's because of the culture that Ben Johnson has put in. But you're the hunted now going forward if you're the Bears. Mm-hmm. You're not hunting. Like, you have arrived, and teams are going to want to beat you. And now you have the toughest schedule in the league this upcoming season, where you had a fairly soft schedule last year. Like, I don't know how the Bears don't regress a little bit. Now, can they still regress and make the playoffs? Yeah. I don't think they go from first to worst in the division, but I think there's no way that they play or they win as many games, especially in the manner that they did last year, this upcoming season. So, for me, again, hate to say it, but the Bears are going to regress. They just are.
Yeah, I feel like the one thing that's kind of flying under the radar just a little bit with the Bears, and look, Rome Odunze and Luther Burden, I think you can like both of those guys and what they're becoming or what you expect them to become, and still also look at them as relatively inexperienced in big moments. And DJ Moore was the guy in those big moments. You talk about those 7 fourth-quarter comebacks, one-score games that they won, and Caleb was looking for DJ Moore and finding him, yeah, and there were some incredible moments during the run the Bears had last year, but Burton and Odunze aren't yet quite, I don't want to say ready. We don't know if they're ready, but they haven't been through those moments yet. Right. So we don't know if they're ready. So I think it's going to be interesting to see when they are in those moments. They're down in the fourth quarter, and Caleb Williams is trying to lead the Bears down the field. It's entirely possible that Burden and Odunze and Colston Loveland, for that matter, all show up in those moments, but you don't have DJ Moore to lean on or fall back on in those moments. And it might take some time for those young receivers to adjust to being the go-to guys in those spots.
And Chris, like, let's not forget the elephant in the room here. Caleb Williams is on the cover of Madden, which means something terrible is going to happen. That's part of the regress right there.
So the Madden curse, and I talked with Courtney about this on Friday as well, like, it's not necessarily the guaranteed thing that it was when we think back all the way back to like Mike Vick in 2006 or whatever, 2005 or whatever it was. Josh Allen won an MVP the year he was on the cover of Madden, right? There was no Madden curse for Mahomes when he was on the cover, or
Tom
Brady
when
he was
right?
When he was on the cover with Mahomes. So it's not necessarily an every year thing, but I mean, you could look at Saquon's season last year and be like, "Ooh, that was a down year after being on the cover of Madden." So I realize we're talking kind of tongue in cheek about this, but like, it always seems to come at a time in a guy's career where so much is being expected of them because they're on their ascendancy, they're on their rise, and then maybe they hit a plateau for a year or even have a one step back kind of year before they take two more steps forward. And, that wouldn't be totally shocking. Like, he's missing his number one target from last year, and he's adjusting to more targets for Burden and Adunze. And I think there is a question about how, not the Madden curse necessarily, but how Caleb handles those expectations leveling up a few notches and paying off on those expectations.
Which then in that case, Chris, it's not a curse. Like Saquon regressing last year after the tread that he put on his legs the year before, that's kind of expected, right? Like, it's not because he was on Madden, which is the point you're making about Caleb Williams. And I guess the team as a whole is likely to have the Madden curse because they're likely to regress. Same with the Patriots. Like, if you threw Drake May on the cover, the Patriots probably aren't going to win as many games. That's another regression candidate that you threw out because of the schedule that they had last season. Like, softest schedule in the league last season. Of course you're going to win a boatload of games. That gets significantly tougher this year. You bring in a new wide receiver that needs some chemistry between the quarterback and wide receiver. Granted, I mean, that's probably going to happen before the season starts, but like, the Patriots could be a cursed regression candidate this year had any of their players been on the cover of Madden.
Yeah, and I look at the start of their schedule, too. Like, the first 4 weeks for the Patriots aren't necessarily easy. Like, you open up the opener, obviously, in Seattle, the Super Bowl rematch against the Seahawks. And we have no idea what the Steelers may or may not be. But you get them for your home opener in week 2, and they're traditionally right on the edge of those playoff discussions. And we'll see how that goes. And then, yes, you've got a trip to Jacksonville. Maybe Jacksonville is another team we're talking about as a regression candidate, but a trip to Buffalo in week 4. So the first 4 weeks of the schedule don't really give the Patriots the option of starting slow. Like, they've got to be ready to go from the jump. You have to hope that Drake May and A.J. Brown find some somewhat instant chemistry. They've got training camp and the preseason to work on it, obviously. But, that's what everybody in New England is talking about as why they shouldn't be a target for regression. Well, yeah, we had a soft schedule last year, but another year under Drake May's belt, the big-time experience of going to the Super Bowl. We just brought in A.J. Brown. Why would we regress? But I think you look at them and go, yeah, but you got through it last year without being tested by tough teams very often. Mm-hmm. And then when you got to those tough teams in the playoffs, CJ Stroud melted down, and you got the benefit of not facing Bo Nix and playing in a snowstorm in the second half, which kind of leaned into your style of play to begin with. So the Patriots, for me, are the team that I look at and go, yeah, probably still a playoff team. Probably still right there in the conversation as like a 9-win team, but certainly not the Super Bowl contender that a trip to the game last year would indicate they should be.
No, and that's the thing with a lot of the big time regression candidates, the Bears and the Patriots, like we're talking about, is like regression doesn't necessarily mean that they have a terrible year. They just aren't. Right. They just aren't going to put up the same number of wins type of thing. I mean, do the Patriots get back to the Super Bowl this upcoming season? Probably not. If I had to, how many teams go back to the Super Bowl other than the Kansas City Chiefs? Like, that type of thing. It's those teams that are in the middle last year that I think could take steps back where they find themselves at the bottom of the league, where these top tier teams from last season, I don't think are going to find themselves at the bottom of the league this year, even if they do significantly regress type of a deal.
Who's one of those teams in the middle of the pack from last year that you look at it and go, ooh, I could see them going from like a 9-ish or, 8 or 9 win, 10 win season to, oh my God, that team just went, 5-12, 6-11, and they're looking at a possible top 10, top 12 draft pick.
I mean, like the Miami Dolphins, are they going to win 7-10 last year? Like, you have Malik Willis as your quarterback, new head coach, all that jazz. Maybe a team that drops a little bit more. I mean,
Definitely.
even the Colts, I know they started off like so strong with Daniel Jones, but what does he look like coming back? 8-9 last year. Maybe they're a little bit more like 5-12 or the Browns were type of a thing. And then I don't know, over in the NFC, I'm sorry. The Panthers. I guess they won their division, like 8-9. Do I still have faith that the Panthers are going to like continue to progress forward at a high rate? Maybe I should, but I really don't. Should I?
I think you have to. Yeah, you look at the Panthers and Bryce Young in particular, and there's still a whole lot of exactly what we both just did. They could go 9-8 and be right there competing for the division title again, or I think they could go 6-11 and we all go, okay, well, yeah, it's the Panthers. We didn't. That doesn't shock us. That doesn't surprise us. I do think that your call on the Colts is a good one too. Like, I could see that because there are no other options at quarterback outside of Daniel Jones. And you have the shadow of Anthony Richardson and what the heck you're going to do there sort of lurking around the corner at every turn. And let's just throw it out there. You never want to see anybody get hurt, but what if Daniel Jones either via another injury of some sort or just poor performance? There's nothing indicating, I don't think, that he's necessarily going to bounce back and start the season 8-0 again. So let's say they've got to pull the plug on Daniel Jones. Who do you go to in that situation? It's not Richardson. I mean, are we talking about Riley Leonard? Is that very quickly the wheels could
Chris,
the wheels could fall off in Indy real easily.
The depth chart to be like, who is the third string quarterback after behind me? Like, I didn't even off the top of my head real quick. Yeah, Riley
You're
Leonard.
not calling Phillip Rivers again, right? Like, that's not.
I think he did he officially retire again? Like, do you have to retire twice?
I think you have to refile because you have to file reinstatement papers, I think. Right. And then so you probably have to refile the retirement papers. I don't know. That's a good question. But yeah, you're not calling up Phillip Rivers is my point. Like, that's a team where if the quarterback situation goes sideways, you're in trouble really quickly. Like the Steelers would be similar to that. If Rodgers gets hurt and is out for a significant amount of time, depending on what your backup situation looks like, because you don't know if you're going to keep Mason Rudolph around as a backup. If you do, what's that mean for Will Howard or Drew Aller? You're not going to stash 4 quarterbacks on the roster, but I don't think you're going to sneak Howard or Aller through to the practice squad via waivers. So, like, if they decide to go into the season with Howard is the number 2 and Aller is the number 3, you're very quickly in a real bad spot if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. Nothing against Will Howard. I mean, he may end up growing into an NFL-capable starter at some point, but I don't think right now Steeler fans would be comfortable just throwing him into the fire and seeing what happens if Rodgers, say, had something happen and we're out for a month.
Well, and just within that division, too. Like, they could lose plenty of division games, which brings them back. Like, you still are going up against Burrow and Lamar Jackson and the Jared Verse-led Browns with Shedeur Sanders year 2. Like, there could be plenty of losses within the division that knocks them down quite a few pegs, for unfortunately, Chris, for your Steelers.
Yeah, no, I mean, any team with that tenuous, and look, we've said this before, it's not breaking news. Any team that loses their starting quarterback is all of a sudden in a bad spot, unless you really just have an implicit trust in your backup and a very good backup quarterback. There are a few spots around the league where you don't take a giant step back if your starter is lost for a significant amount of time. But the Steelers would definitely be one of those teams where, okay, all of a sudden, if Rodgers is on the shelf for a while, you're in a really, really bad spot. You go from being a 9-win team, I think, to probably a 6-win team at best. Not because Rodgers is necessarily so good, but because there is that big drop-off from him to whatever's behind him. And they're not the only team like that, obviously, but they are one of the teams that I think jumps out at you when we talk about those middle-of-the-pack teams.
Yeah, I mean, even you think back to the 49ers last year when Brock Purdy missed time and the backup there.
Not everybody has a Mac Jones, though, waiting in the wings.
Exactly. He held up his end of the bargain as the backup quarterback. I mean, even with the Bears, like Tyson Bagent is a serviceable backup type of thing. Like there are few teams, to your point, that have that backup that's going to come in and actually continue to carry things the way that they were. So I guess any of those teams that starting quarterback goes down where you don't have a backup like that, those are teams that we could find at the very bottom of the league this upcoming season.
Coming up in 1 hour, we will power rank, Kate and I, the players we think will be the most impactful rookies in the 2026 NFL season. Coming up in about 25 minutes, I don't know if we call it breaking news, but an update to one player's availability at the MLB trade deadline. And it's interesting that his team may have no interest in moving on from him after we assumed, given their start to the season, that they would be. But coming up next, we talk about targets for regression, some of these rookies, the Madden curse with Caleb Williams, and so much more around the NFL offseason as OTAs and minicamps continue in most NFL cities around the league. Nick Shook of NFL.com will join us next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. checkdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, somebody says, nope, we're not dealing the guy everybody thought we might be dealing at the MLB trade deadline. That on the way here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. It is BetMGM Game Day. Top of the hour. Is Wemby too soft? Is that too harsh a decision to make on him right now at this point in his career, as young as he is, as tired, as gassed as he may be after that 7-game series against OKC? And we will power rank our most impactful NFL rookies as we expect in 2026, coming up 1 hour from now. We'll get to Nick Shook of NFL.com in just a moment, talk about some of those teams we think may be targets for regression this year. Kate and I just got done talking about that. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Some sad news from the NBA world. Shams Charania just reporting about 10 minutes ago. Bulls color commentator and, of course, 3-time NBA champion with the Bulls in the early 90s, was the 6th overall pick in the 1989 draft. Stacey King has passed away at the age of just 59. You're a massive Bulls fan, Kate, so this one has to hit a little hard.
This is awful. I mean, just terrible news, Chris. I mean, not only what Stacey meant as a player for the Bulls, but like as a the Bulls have not been fun to watch the past couple seasons. The Bulls are fun to watch because Stacey King is so good on the broadcast, and his rants, his Elizabeth, all of those things that he goes off and says, and like that's what makes watching the Bulls fun right now. And so, I mean, it's just awful news. I don't really know what else to say or how else to put it than this is like, yeah, it's just devastating for Bulls fans, for the city of Chicago, and that's a big loss. I mean, it's tough to process within the couple minutes that we just saw the news here.
Yeah, so our thoughts are with Stacey's family, obviously, and everyone in the Bulls organization and broadcast teams. Bad news here this morning on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Back to football for a couple minutes, though. As I mentioned, we just got done talking about some of the teams we think could regress this year, the 2026 NFL season, in the midst of OTAs and mini camps around the NFL right now. Nick Shook of NFL.com joins us here on Westwood One Sports. And we were joking around earlier, Nick, about the Madden curse. And I know you talked to Caleb Williams about this. What do you think about the Bears makes them maybe a target for regression, or gives you, and maybe after your chat with Caleb Williams, people in the Bears organization, reason to believe that they won't take that step back this year?
Yeah, I think the first sign of a potential regression is the fashion in which they won so many of their games last year, which required, Herculean comebacks at times, it's heart-stopping moments, Caleb pulling off incredible plays that essentially earned him the notoriety to land on the Madden cover. It's just not a sustainable and reliable mode of victory, which is something that I actually asked him about on Thursday in Chicago, which was, now that you're in your second year, under Ben Johnson, and you talk about the familiarity you have with the offense as opposed to where you were last year, which he said he felt like he was drowning while trying to learn all of Ben Johnson's offense. It feels like, if you're more comfortable, then maybe you can avoid some of those, the need to pull off those last-second comebacks. I think about the game against Cincinnati. We could talk about the games against the Packers. There were a number of instances in which they, even the Raiders, that was like their first comeback game. They went in Vegas because of a late touchdown drive authored by Caleb. It just, when you look at it, that's not a dependable way to win. So you hope that they don't have to do that this year. And if they don't, then they won't regress. But there's really we have no evidence to the contrary that they won't have to win like that just because we haven't seen them play this year. So that's one part. Obviously, they had a little bit of defensive turnover. They kind of revamped the safeties group on their defense. Tremaine Edmonds left as well. So there's some, replacements. You have turnover with every team, but it just gives you a little bit less certainty there. Where I'm really not concerned is what they have offensively, other than the fact that they lost DJ Moore at receiver, and it's going to put more on the shoulders of Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, and the two tight ends they have in Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland. The good thing about that is that all of those guys have a rapport with Caleb. Most of the good group of them are young. I mean, DeAndre Swift and Cole Kmet are basically the elders of the playmakers group on the offensive side of the ball, and they're both only 27 years old. So there's a lot of youth there. I would be less worried about their offense and their defense, but more than anything, when you have a team that offers such a turnaround in 1 year, you need to see it proven in the next year. And once you do, then you can kind of start to count on them. They just have to go out and do that.
Does a coach like Ben Johnson give you confidence that they can prove it this year? Because, the start that he had to his head coaching tenure couldn't have gotten any better, which, lends itself to our point of you might regress there. But for all intents and purposes, like, Ben Johnson is one of the best coaches in the young coaches, maybe I should say, in the league. Does he give you confidence that this team maybe won't take a massive step back?
Yeah, I think that the way that they're constructed will allow them to at least sustain for the most part. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a division title, but it's going to be contention, right? That's where you start. That's the starting point. And then from there, you have to look at what does continuity do for you from 1 year to the next. If your majority of your offense, since Ben Johnson is the offensive mastermind, if that is, all kind of intact and understands what you're trying to do, then you can iterate from there. Then you can kind of focus more on situational decisions. That's a lot of what Caleb, talked to me about on Thursday, which was just that, last year I was just trying to digest everything. This year we can talk about the idiosyncrasies of different plays and how you might want to do certain things against certain defenses. And we just didn't have time to get to that last year. So schematically, I think they should be better. They should be more adventurous and probably more productive than they were last year. The big question then is, as a head coach, you have that new coach energy when things are going well, everybody's buying in because everything's still very new and it's fun and you're winning for the first time in a long time. Can you kind of sustain that in year two when you meet your inevitable challenges and moments of adversity? That's going to be the biggest challenge for him, I think, because otherwise I think the offense should just continue to progress. Like, at least on paper and in theory, it should progress. But can you find ways to, continue to keep everybody bought in when the challenges arrive? Because they will. They happen to every team. And that's why I don't think they'll take a big step back. You just also have to consider who is in their division. I like to look right across the division at Dan Campbell. He was in a similar situation as Ben Johnson just a few years ago as one of the coaches that was kind of the face of the next era of the NFL with the Lions, turning things around and him being the face of it. And then they took their steps back from year over year. A lot of that had to do with health and, again, roster turnover, because the majority of who they, needed to contribute were still there. But the offensive line struggled last year. They couldn't stay healthy. You had changes there, and it contributed to them missing the playoffs. The Bears are going to have to try to avoid that. Luckily, I think they've prepared for that largely up front. It's just a matter of staying healthy, staying the course, relying on your past experience, and hoping it all comes together, especially when the things get tough.
Nick Shook of NFL.com with us here on Westwood One Sports. Nick wrote a great piece in the immediate aftermath Monday evening of the Myles Garrett trade to L.A. about the winners and losers of that deal. And I thought you made a really good point, Nick, and if you don't mind elaborating on it, you listed Chris Shula, Rams defensive coordinator, as the biggest winner in this whole deal, because not only did they go out and add Myles Garrett, it's kind of been lost in people's memory because we've all got the attention spans of a goldfish now. They went out and got Trent McDuffie as well this offseason. So 2 massive upgrades to the Rams defense. Does this mean expectations for the Rams, both in the organization and the fan base, are Super Bowl or bust, for lack of a better way to put it?
Oh, they absolutely are Super Bowl or bust. That's what you signal as soon as you make a trade for Myles Garrett and you include a player like Jared Verse in that deal. You're saying, our time is now, and it's justified because you have Matthew Stafford at his age, coming off an NFL MVP season. He's still closer to 40 than he is 30. So how much time do you really have left to chase it with everything intact like it is? You got to go for it right now. But you're right. Trent McDuffie was a big addition as well. So was Jalen Watson. His teammate from Kansas City followed him over as a free agent, and they essentially rebuilt their secondary, in about a month's time, less than a month's time, which was their biggest weakness last year. Now, you could have gone into this season and acquired Myles Garrett, not acquired Trent McDuffie. And our only gripe would be, I still don't trust that secondary. They weren't very good. That was their downfall in the playoffs last year. They couldn't prevent the Seahawks from scoring 31. They lose by 4 in the NFC Championship game on the road. They had opportunities to win the game. They couldn't get it done, and they haven't gotten any better back there. But they should be a little bit better because they got a guy like Myles Garrett speeding up every opposing quarterback. Well, they did both. So, yes, they answered both questions. They did in reverse order, getting Garrett as the final piece. But it's going to open up so much of what Chris Shula can do with this defense, which is a defense that was already successful enough for him to draw some head coaching considerations from teams that were looking for new head coaches. Ultimately, he stays in LA, and he comes back to a situation that was better than it was last year. Having Garrett on the field is going to attract attention to him on every play. He's going to be facing double teams. He's going to be facing chips from the backs, which then limits the ability of opposing running backs to get out in the open and become, pass-catching weapons. It just forces an offense to kind of play with a hand tied behind their back because of the presence of Myles Garrett. On a defense that includes guys like Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk. You continue to go down the list of some of the other players that can get after the quarterback. If you're dedicating additional attention to Myles Garrett like other teams will be against the Rams, it's going to free up the rest of those guys to have career years and make plays. And that's really where it becomes extremely difficult to play against a defense like that. It's all because of the presence of 95. So Shula's, I think, getting the catbird seat because he's going to have more freedom than ever to drop whatever he wants to drop, knowing that he's going to get, some of his other guys' looks. And that's if Garrett doesn't get home, which, by the way, he fights through double teams, at a higher rate than anybody else in the NFL right now and has been for the last few years. And he also racked up 23 sacks last year. So it's a win-win situation, I think, for Shula and the Rams on the defensive side, as long as they can stay healthy. And it's a credit to Les Snead for, attacking their biggest weakness and with the goal of ensuring that they don't suffer the same heartbreak again in January like they did last year.
Nick, did the Browns get enough back for Garrett? Like, there are a lot of Browns fans on social media that aren't happy with what they received back in Jared Verse and a first, and others that think that was a win for the Browns. Where do you sit?
Yeah, so we live in a world in which folks overvalue players in trades, and I kind of blame last decade for setting unrealistic expectations. And sometimes I adhere to these unrealistic expectations too, because I look at the A.J. Brown deal and I heard 2028 first before it was actually completed, and I thought, ooh, that hurts because I value A.J. Brown very highly. But what we have to consider is that you're just not going to get a massive draft capital return on most guys. You're just not. There's more value in the draft picks for most teams than there is in a proven commodity, except in this situation. And the reason the Browns were even considering this trade is because of the inclusion of Jared Verse. It is not often that you see a blockbuster trade of this magnitude include an immediate replacement who also happens to be one of the top 8 to 10 players at the position and is only 25 years old and is still on a rookie deal. You don't get that. Usually that's a 1-for-1 swap, maybe player for player and a day 3 pick. The Browns got Jared Verse, another first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick. So essentially they got 2 first-round picks, and one doesn't come with the risk that is associated with the pick that you get to spend because it's already a proven commodity. I don't think they could really do much better. I know the Browns fans gripes were like, I would have liked to get one more first, because they're looking at the total, which is that you only got 1 first-round pick for Myles Garrett without considering that Jared Verse is better than another first-round pick in the future. They're going to come to like him, and I think a lot of them are going to come around and realize that it was a very good trade. In the moment that it happened, we were actually recording an episode of NFL Daily, Greg and I were, and I realized, as it dropped, I just stopped and I went, that's an incredible return. Congratulations to both sides. It's not often that you get a trade that I feel like both sides won. I feel like the Browns and the Rams should both win this based on where they are in their timelines.
What do you think Verse's immediate impact is, Nick?
So my biggest concern with him, and this is pretty clear, it's pretty evident in a lot of the Rams tape, he is a power player. That's why I love him, and I've loved watching him since he was at Florida State. But he's a power player who disrupts pockets, who racks up a ton of pressures, but didn't quite get home as much, which is what is reflected in his sack total over the last 2 years. He's a guy that gets close to the quarterback, hasn't really finished the job. I'm curious to see if the Browns are going to be able to unlock that in him, or if that's just kind of his ceiling as of right now, and maybe he ends up becoming a guy who learns how to finish. But I will say this. Despite not racking up a ton of sacks like Myles Garrett does, I think that we overvalue sacks, from a statistical standpoint as we're trying to evaluate players. Because if you're able to consistently disrupt the opposing offense, it doesn't really matter if you're getting home all the time and finishing the play with a sack. If you're going to cause a quarterback to throw a pass into traffic, it's going to result in interceptions, batted balls, that sort of thing, 3 and outs. It's just as valuable as a sack total. And I also think that, his style of play lends itself to what the Browns kind of want to do with their revamped defensive front. So I'm excited to see how he fits into that defense. Like I said, I think Browns fans are going to really love him. And we'll see how he continues to grow. Again, he's only 25 years old. He's got his whole career in front of him. It's going to fit as a key part of that Browns defense.
Nick, great stuff as always. Love all the insight you had on both the Garrett deal and some of those teams that might be headed for regression, including the Bears. Thanks again for the time. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Nick.
Absolutely. Nick Shook, NFL.com, all over NFL Network and all NFL media. I think that is it. You brought up the point earlier, Kate. Like it's just one first round pick, but it is Jared Verse, who's already established himself as being worth the first round pick that the Rams spent on him a few years ago. And that impact, I think, in a division where everything is based on how you can affect the opposing quarterback, Burrow, Jackson, Rodgers, and his decreasing mobility, like Verse has the opportunity to have a lot of impact right out of the gate for the Browns.
And I mean, I didn't even add this, and when we were talking about it earlier, I kind of forgot this point, is he's still on his rookie contract too, which just always gives you more flexibility when you have a player of that caliber that's making that type of impact, but is also still on a rookie contract. So yeah, I mean, I think Jared Verse is a great piece of that overall return for Cleveland.
Coming up in less than 45 minutes, right around 2:20 Eastern, 11:20 Pacific, Kate and I will power rank the players we think will be the most impactful rookies across the NFL in 2026. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive and get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Top of the hour, is Wemby too soft to win a title in the NBA the way it's currently constructed? But coming up next, all of a sudden, a 4-game winning streak, and one team who's been buried in the AL standings most of the year might not be so interested in dealing the superstar we all just assumed they'd be dealing at the deadline. We'll tell you who that is next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Judge dives, can't make the play. Right field, backing up Judge on the track at the wall, and he makes the play. A sparkler by Aaron Judge, out number 2.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Michael Kay on Yes Network. A couple of spectacular plays in the field by Aaron Judge in Houston on April 26th, and then at Yankee Stadium against the Orioles on May 3rd, just a week later, that are believed to have led to this stress fracture in Aaron Judge's first rib on his right side that will have him out for the next 6 to 8 weeks. We'll get to the player that might not be on the market at the deadline that everybody thought would be on the market in just a second. But let's start with the Judge injury, Kate. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. This isn't the kind of thing that's going to knock the Yankees out of the playoff race. The American League standings are a disaster. Let's just be honest. The final wild card team right now would be the under 500 Texas Rangers. The Yankees just a game back of the Rays in the AL East, who have stumbled a good bit over the last couple of weeks. So maybe it feels for Yankee fans like this is happening at the worst possible time because they were chasing down the Rays in the AL East standings. But I really think it's not necessarily the thing. Judge out for the next 6 to 8 weeks because of the starting pitching. Garrett Cole back. Cam Schlittler's continue to look like AL Cy Young material. I think they'll be okay having to survive without Aaron Judge and still being a playoff team, maybe even AL East champs. But I understand the trepidation for Yankees fans going, oh, my God, here we go again. Yankee summer swoon time in effect because we're going to have to go without Judge for the next month and a half at least.
Chris, does this happen every year with Aaron Judge? Doesn't it feel like it does? I mean, I'm not as of a locked, like I will be totally transparent. You know this. I'm not like a locked in 24/7 MLB fan, but it feels to me like a casual baseball fan here that Aaron Judge gets hurt every year and is out for 6 to 8 weeks and comes back, and it takes a while for his swing to, return. And we do this song and dance all the time.
I mean, he has had injury issues. I'm not going to, you can't argue with that. He played 152 games last year, so he did miss, I forget what it was.
Okay.
That caused him to miss a little bit of time.
But that's
for the most part was available.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same year before that, he played 158. I think he just got some maintenance days. 2023, I can't remember what the injury was. He did miss more than 50 games. But, I look at it more from the perspective of, okay, if this happened and he's out for a significant period of time, be happy that he's going to be back before the end of the regular season. And like you said, has time to get the swing right and get back into shape for the playoffs. But also, like, Yankee fans, don't panic. Like, I understand everyone in New York is focused on the Knicks right now anyway. So maybe they feel like they can just, bury their heads in that. And I wouldn't blame them for it. Everything's painted blue and orange all over New York City right now for good reason. So maybe they feel like a little less sort of, dread over the Judge injury. I think the Yankees will be just fine. And when we look up post-trade deadline, like mid-August, once Judge is fully back and healthy again, the Yankees are going to be just fine, maybe even in the lead in the AL East and certainly in position. I mean, they're 6.5 games clear of the second wild card right now. I think they'll be in a decent spot. No reason to panic for the Yankees or their fans.
Well, and I guess the point that they are still favored here right now at BetMGM with the AL odds. If Vegas thought that they were going to drop off, if that was the consensus across baseball, those odds would have shifted significantly, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that has as much to do with the fact that the AL is just, like I said, a dumpster fire this year, which kind of leads us toward the other big story, which is Bob Nightingale's reporting from USA Today, Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale, that right now the Tigers, who had a terrible start to the season. They've won 4 in a row, though, so I guess maybe they figured some things out, or they had won 4 in a row before yesterday. 26-39 is the record, but they're still telling teams that Tarek Skubal is off the market. They're not listening to offers on Skubal right now. Look, you're only 5.5 games out of the final wild card, again, because of the mess that is the American League. So maybe you think if you put some things together, you could somehow get back into the conversation. But I look at it from the perspective of, well, what are you going to win even if you get in the playoffs? And don't you have an opportunity that if Skubal is going to hit free agency, if he doesn't want to talk to you about a deal, if Boris doesn't want to talk, maybe it does behoove you to try and get something in return before this season completely collapses and Skubal walks off to free agency.
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't have to trade him like immediately, but don't you want to at least shop? Like going back to the Myles Garrett thing we mentioned, Luke, like don't you want to at least shop and see what's out there and see what you could get back for him versus just saying off the bat, like, no, this is totally off the table. It seems like it would just be good practice to be able to put it out there that, okay, we are considering trading him. What could you give us? What could we get back? And see if you get an offer that blows you away.
Yeah, I think to just out and out. Now, part of it may be a leverage play too. Like, hey, we'll tell teams now, nope, sorry, not listening. And maybe they'll up the ante in a couple of weeks when we really are totally mathematically, legitimately out of the race if that happens. And maybe we get a couple more quality starts out of Tarek Skubal. You know, maybe that's the play here by the Tigers, but I'm kind of with you. Like, yeah, just at least listen to offers right now and see what you got on the table. To instantly just write off the idea of a Skubal trade right now doesn't add up entirely to me. But interesting that Bob Nightingale would report that right now, no, we're not even listening. Again, the American League is a disaster, so maybe they think they can get back into the conversation, but ultimately, where are you going to go? Maybe it's too early in some people's opinions to write off a season because we've seen teams have bad starts to seasons or not be the juggernauts that typically go on to the World Series. I mean, you don't have to go that far back in recent memory to see the Rangers and the Diamondbacks in the World Series, for example, and go, okay, anything's possible, I guess. But to take it off the table right now feels just a little premature unless it is just that leverage play that I mentioned.
That division's interesting, Chris. I mean, just looking like the Twins above the Tigers right now. I mean, I guess that's part of the conversation, the argument we're having is how terrible the Tigers are. But like the Twins are, the White Sox are above you, playing significantly better.
When you look at it that way, you got to be like, okay, maybe it's not happening for us this year. We got to jump a bunch of teams to even become a wild card, and then even if we do, what's really going to come of it? Probably not much. The World Cup gets started later this week. The best place to get in on the action, BetMGM. You can get an early payout for a 2-goal lead. You place a pregame straight match result bet on any World's game match. If your team takes a 2-goal lead at any point in the game, your bet pays out as a win. The winnings are yours regardless of the outcome of the match. Check it all out with things getting started later this week inside your BetMGM app. Coming up next, is Wemby just too soft to win a title? Or is he too tired, too young? All of the above, that's next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
messed up. We didn't play great as a team. We needed to win that game. This game was ours. But at this point, it's done. It's, yes, am I going to regret it? Yes, of course. Am I going to use that to fuel me and to fuel us next game? Absolutely.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Victor Wembanyama postgame Friday night, talking about that pass off of Stephon Castle's back that led to the foul of Jalen Brunson, and then Brunson hitting the consequential free throw there late in the game as the Knicks are up 2-0 on the Spurs in the NBA Finals. Game 3 tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. It is BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we power rank, Kate and I, the players we think will be the most impactful rookies in the 2026 NFL season. And in 40 minutes, it's just been chaos, the Stanley Cup final, of the best kind. But it's been chaos, to say the least. We'll go over what went down last night in Vegas and whether it gives us any inkling at all about how the rest of that series is going to go. But Wemby is just a simple question, Kate. Is he too soft? Like, I don't know. Like, he also talked, and I think Trevor Lane, when we had him on earlier from the NBA front office show, brought up the idea, and we've brought it up a couple times during the show, the idea of immaturity. Like, Victor Wembanyama is still very young, still very early in his NBA career, but that reaction, that sort of emotional release that we got from Wemby and the Spurs after beating Oklahoma City in the Western Conference Finals indicated to me, and I think a lot of people, that maybe they were looking at that as their title, for lack of a better way to put it. He also talked about that in hindsight Friday night, the sort of emotional release and the reaction to beating Oklahoma City. Here's what Wemby said.
I could have been better in recovering from the high of the conference finals. But I mean, here we are. We can't change the past now. We're already focused on game 3.
So he's saying all the right things now, I think, Kate, but I think there's a question about whether Victor Wembanyama individually and the Spurs as a whole just allowed themselves to deflate after that emotional victory over Oklahoma City. They, as much as a lot of fans did, looked at the Western Conference Finals erroneously, we can see now, as the true NBA championship round. And I think that's the youth, the immaturity, all of it. But then I think you can also look at Wemby and say, you know, for a guy of his size, he just plays way too soft a lot of times, especially in a series where if you don't bring physicality, it's going to be glaringly obvious, as it has been with Karl Anthony Towns taking over the way he has in the first 2 games.
Yeah, the knock that I have on Wemby's on-court play, that makes it seem like he is soft, is that you're 7'6"? You should be doing everything around the basket. And granted, like, yes, you can step out and shoot threes, and that is part of your game and what makes you so unique and the quote-unquote alien that you are. But, like, the majority of what he's doing on the floor should be right around the basket because he's got the height. I don't know if he has the physicality yet to be able to impose his will in those ways down low. And so, like, that part of him in the finals is soft. But I also think the majority of it is the youth, because going back, like, he shouldn't have admitted that you didn't come off the high of the conference finals well enough. Like, that's an immature statement right there. It's immature to allow yourself to feel the high of essentially winning the title, of winning the Western Conference, and that having to be so emotional for you. Like, it just makes me go back to, like, the Kobe quotes of, like, job's not done yet. What are we celebrating? Job's not done.
Right.
Like, the job was essentially done for Wemby and the Spurs having beaten the Thunder in the conference finals. Like, Wemby even said part of why he was crying was because a childhood dream is coming true. Well, the childhood dream should be, and granted, like, I can't knock the guy. You're playing in the NBA finals. I'm sitting here talking about you, right? Like, you're playing in there, but, like, the dream should be winning the NBA Finals, not getting there. And so, like, those pieces, I think, add up into the immaturity of Wemby so far. And, like, he is only 3 years in the league. He can't even have a drink yet. He's 20. Granted, he's from France. He's probably been drinking since he was 12. But, like you can't, like, he is young. So, like, are we going to, like, totally crap on this kid for being what he is? He needs that experience in the sense that, like, we've coined him the face of the league. Then, yes, that's where you can be like, the immaturity shouldn't be there. But, like, I don't know. Like, he's a 20-year-old kid and we're like, you're too young. But, like, do you see what I'm saying? I'm not articulating it all that well. But,
no,
like,
I get what you're saying.
I
think it all kind of feeds into the same thing going on with Wemby. And what I mean is, like, I think, yes, you're absolutely right about the maturity level of a 20-year-old. Even, look, I won't even plumb the depths of my memory to try and come up with some of the ridiculous things I was doing when I was 20 years old. Okay? We don't need to talk about that on national radio. All right? I'm not going to do that. That would be incriminating, even though the statute of limitations is up in many cases. I'm not going to talk about like, most of us as 20-year-olds are wildly immature, okay? Yeah. So his level of maturity as compared to the average 20-year-old is still very good. But I think what happened was the Thunder were looked at, whether it's because they looked at them as the reigning NBA champs or they looked at them as, the Goliath and they were David, even though that's a ridiculous comparison given how good the Spurs were. Whatever. The bully that they had to knock off to get to the NBA Finals. However, the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama specifically looked at OKC, what they did when they celebrated that Western Conference Finals victory was they put themselves in a position emotionally and mentally that they weren't going to be able to recover in 3 days to be properly prepared for the Knicks and the NBA Finals. And that immaturity, I think, has led to what we've seen from Wemby in the first 2 games of this series, which is, in my opinion, he is playing soft. There were times in the OKC series where he wasn't wildly physical, but just the way he played, especially in comparison to Chet Holmgren, we're like, okay, yeah, this dude is ready. And he's ready to embrace all facets of the game that come with being, like you said, 7'6", and being willing to play a gritty or grimy game down low and attack the rim, as well as be able to take those 18, 19, 20-foot jumpers, drain one from 25 feet occasionally, the full court game that Wemby is capable of playing. He hasn't looked like that guy that he looked like in the Western Conference Finals series. And I think some of it does have to do with that sort of exhale that happened collectively for the Spurs and Wembanyama specifically after the win over the Thunder. Is I don't know if he quite has it in him to do the physical things necessary on the court to beat the Knicks. And we've seen Karl Anthony Towns and the Knicks take advantage of that. Even, I mentioned this earlier, there was a great little lay-in that Wemby had in the fourth quarter Friday night. And it was a pretty little shot. It was kind of like a little lay-in from just outside the lane up over Karl Anthony Towns. I don't want to fault him for taking that shot and making it in a big moment. I think it may have even given the Spurs the lead at that point, or padded a lead that they had at that point. So I don't want to fault him for that. But in that moment, you've got to have a little bit more of no, I'm here, the hole is there, and I don't care if Karl Anthony Towns is between me and where I want to be and where I want to put the ball. I'm going to go through you rather than around you. And there's just been a lot of that, whether it's going around rather than through Towns, whether it be spotting up from 18 feet to hit a jumper rather than driving to the hole. And look, maybe you don't make the basket on that drive. Maybe you don't. Maybe, though, you draw a foul, and now Towns has to play a little differently after another foul. And Mitchell Robinson has to play differently, who's already hampered by a busted pinky. And I think that's the part of Wemby's game that is still missing, whether it's because of the lack of emotional maturity coming out of the Western Conference Finals and the feeling of victory after overcoming the Thunder, or it's just a part of his game that has to be developed because he's not physically quite where he could be in another 3 or 4 years. I think it all kind of feeds into itself in that we're seeing a Victor Wembanyama that looks kind of timid at times. And that's not what's going to win a title, whether it's beating the Thunder in the West, whether it's beating the Knicks or whoever they may face down the line someday in the NBA Finals from the East. You've got to have that Kobe mentality, that Jordan mentality, that killer's mentality of, I'm not going to go around you. I'm not satisfied. I just won the West and vanquished SGA, the reigning 2-time MVP and the reigning NBA champs. That's not enough for me. I want to go through you and dunk it over your head and remind you that I am the biggest, most powerful man in this game, in this series, and in this sport, and he's not playing like it.
Chris, you're getting me all fired up right now. Like, yeah, let's go. Like, let's be killers. Go through them.
Yeah.
It also, like, go back to the final play of game 2. And granted, like, maybe this is Mitch Johnson. Like, this was the play call. But, like, why is Wemby taking an elbow jumper? Why are you not going to the basket and trying to potentially get fouled? And granted, like, the refs probably aren't going to decide that game on a foul, so maybe you don't get the call. But, like, even if that was...
Force their hand, right? Force them to swallow the whistle.
Exactly. Oh, and also, if Mitch Johnson, if that's the play he's calling up, go to him and say, that's not what we're doing here. Get me the ball inside. I'm going to score this one. Like good players, the top players push back on their coaches and say, no, give me the ball here. And I want to do this. And if you want to settle for a 15-foot jumper, that's being soft right there. That's not, to your point of, going at the basket, attacking and enforcing your will type of a thing. And that's just kind of settling. And that lost them was one of the reasons they lost that game there in the final, 2 minute.
And I think even in that moment, on that final shot that you're talking about, like, you can see some hesitancy. Like, he doesn't initiate the move to make the pick, which turned into the pick and roll where they set him up for the jumper. He doesn't make the move as soon as he needs to. There's just a split-second delay. And look, again, he's 20 years old. A lot of these are going to be lessons for the future, and he's saying as much in his post-game press conferences. So I have to take him at his word right now that he's going to learn lessons from all of these moments. But in that spot, like, you've got to want to jump on it. And you're going to run, you're going to set that pick, you're going to roll off it immediately so that maybe you don't feel the same rush to take the jumper there. And he shouldn't have felt rushed anyway. They had time, even in the final 10 seconds there. Or you roll off the pick and take the ball, and maybe in that moment is where, if you're Wemby, you decide, screw it. I'm not taking the 15-foot elbow jumper. I am driving to the hole. And like I said, at the very least, I'm going to force contact, and if the ball drops, great. If it doesn't, I'm going to go to the line. I'm a great free throw shooter. And if they don't blow the whistle, then at the very least, I force the officials to swallow the whistle there, and everybody sees that I'm at least willing to take that opportunity and make that move and attack the hoop, attack the guy who's been the best player in this series to this point in Karl Anthony Towns. And like you said, impose my will.
I think what's also, like, this is all true about Wemby, and he's got a lot to learn and to grow on based on, I mean, everything in this conversation that we just touched on. But it also is a little scary that he's good enough to reach the finals here with all of these small, with being quote unquote too soft, with being too young, too immature, and yet he's in his third year and he's in the finals. I mean, LeBron won his first, at 27, Jordan 28, Giannis, Jokic 28, and Wemby is 20, and he's got all of these things that we're nitpicking on him, and yet he's still in the finals. So, the Spurs more than likely, Chris, they're not winning the NBA title this year. They're not winning the finals. but Wemby will certainly be back here multiple times throughout his career. I think that's something that anyone watching basketball right now could probably agree on.
I think that's a really good point, too. As much as we just sat here for 15 minutes and, psychologically dissected a 20-year-old kid, we have to also acknowledge that that's exactly what he is. I understand he's at the position he is as the face of the NBA and everything else. And there's a certain level of expectations that come with that. And we just acknowledge that for the last 15 minutes. But also, there's so much more to go with this guy. And we're talking about someone who, as much as he pushed back against the notion all season long that the Spurs might be a year ahead of schedule and didn't like that narrative, they are. And they've got a lot of great young players. And Wemby's at the top of that list, and they got a bright future in front of them. It's just when you set yourself up with these expectations, when you do pay off on some of them by getting to the NBA Finals, people are going to critique you and they are going to nitpick you as we have. And that should all be part of what we think will motivate Victor Wembanyama,
right,
like Trevor Lane was talking about earlier when he joined us, to go out there and just become even more of a monster this summer and come back next year even more motivated.
Yeah, if we were all just to be like, yeah, okay, well, this is great for Wemby. He made it this far. He won the Western Conference. He's a great player. That's not how players get better. They have to take that criticism and then build off of that. That's what makes players great, is even though they might know internally what their flaws are, hearing the entire world, the entire country right now talking about how soft you are, that's what makes players great, is hearing those things and going out and doing something about it.
Yeah, and cliches become cliched for a reason, because they get mentioned over and over and over again. And sometimes cliches are true. And the old, tired, and tried and true cliche of, well, you got to lose before you can win. We're seeing that play out, I think. And yes, it's just happening in the NBA Finals on the biggest stage.
Chris, what we're also seeing play out, Karl Anthony Towns was too soft for how many years, right? This is exactly the scenario that we're in. He was too soft. He was immature. He was young. He was not physical enough. Complained, fouled. Oh, okay. Well, here's Cat playing unbelievable. Should be the front runner for MVP and is likely going to be winning an NBA title over the next week and a half. Cat went through this. Wemby has a higher ceiling than Cat ever has, but it happens all the time.
No, that's a great point. I mean, we've seen it come kind of full circle right here before our very eyes just over the last 2 games. Coming up a little bit later, we talked a lot about Cat and Wemby there. Jalen Brunson, while he's not shooting well in this series, is still undoubtedly the best clutch player in the NBA right now. And we will have our BetMGM Game Day draft, as we do every Sunday afternoon, drafting the best NBA clutch shooters of all time. I can't wait to see some of the names we cook up in an hour here on Westwood One Sports. But next, another thing we love to do every Sunday afternoon, Kate and I will power rank the most impactful NFL rookies this coming season. Who do we think has the biggest impact on the 2026 NFL campaign? That's next right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in a little less than 20 minutes, it's been crazy, chaotic. I can't come up with any other C words I'm allowed to say on the air. Stanley Cup final. It's been ridiculous. Multi-goal leads blown in each game, yet Vegas bounces back from blowing a 4-goal third-period lead last night to win in double overtime and take a 2-1 lead into Game 4. We will talk about that. And I had an interesting conversation with someone from north of the border about a superstar in the NHL and why they should look to get out of where they are as quickly as possible. And I think it just creates a philosophical discussion we could have about that market and other markets around North America and how they handle certain teams and certain stars. All that before 3 Eastern, noon Pacific here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. Top of the hour, we'll get into some of the bigger storylines from the NFL this week that include an acquisition by one team that I don't think will help them at all, and also a team still talking about leaving town. Will it actually happen or not? We'll explain all of it to you at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific here on Westwood One Sports. This segment, though, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Kate's first day back after maternity leave, and nothing changes. The show rolls on. We do all the usual stuff. In an hour, we will draft our favorite NBA clutch shooters of all time. We do a draft every Sunday afternoon here on BetMGM Game Day. And we also do power rankings, because who doesn't love a good power ranking? And this week, Kate, we power rank who we think will be the most impactful rookies in the 2026 NFL season. The floor is yours, Mama Constable.
All right, Chris, let's do this. The baby just got home too, by the way, just walked in the door screaming. So dad's having himself an afternoon right now.
Your husband's having a great afternoon.
He's really enjoying me being back at work. Yes. All right, let's go impactful rookies here. I'm going to start with offensive tackle for the Dolphins. I'm going to go Caden Proctor. Yeah, someone you probably didn't think was going to be thrown out today, Chris. But I think just in terms of impactfulness, I'm talking about players that are going to be starting and playing a lot. And I think Proctor, for the Dolphins, like, he can play pretty much anywhere on the offensive line. He can even take over left guard or left tackle position too, if he needs to at some point. So there's a lot of versatility, and great in the pass pro, run block. Like, he kind of does it all, and there's a lot of needs on that Dolphins offensive line. So we're going Caden Proctor. Number 2, we're going Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State to the Saints. I like that. Again, he's probably their wide receiver 2 to start the season, and you have Chris Olave, who's going to generate a ton of attention, which kind of gives Tyson a great situation in being one of the more his usage at wide receiver 2 is going to be high this season. I got a couple different, I kind of hate this. I got a couple different wide receivers. I think Carnell Tate, he might be able to be the guy in Tennessee by the end of the season in terms of receiving. I think year 2 of Cam Ward, like, yeah, they didn't win many games, but Cam Ward's got some upside. He's got a bright future ahead of him, and Carnell Tate being a wide receiver there, I think, is someone who's going to benefit from that. Who is my, maybe this is a little homer here, but, you know,
here we go.
I read about the Bears a lot, but like Dylan Thielman, the Bears safety, right? Why is he not going to be impactful? He is. I mean, you're stepping into a secondary that has needs, and here you're going to be playing. You're going to be starting alongside Kobe Bryant, and no Kevin Byard, no Jaquan Brisker. Like, they're out of the picture. That opens things up completely. Right. So I think this revamped secondary, Thielman, the Bears drafted him in the first round, not to bring him along slowly, but to throw him into the fire. So impact there.
Yeah.
And then I kind of hate this because they're on the team. It's a player on the team that just won the Super Bowl, but I think Jadarian Price, running back there for the Seahawks, like that, he has to be on the list. You have no Kenneth Walker and you have Charbonnet, who's still recovering from his injury. Like, they're going to be giving the ball to Price, and they ran the ball at the third highest rate last season. So Jadarian Price, he's on my list as well as one of the top 5 most impactful rookies this upcoming NFL season.
All right, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire here. Is that in order? Is that Caden Proctor number 1 most impactful down to Jadarian Price number 5?
I did it backwards there. I'm going Jadarian Price most impactful, Dylan Thielman 2. Yeah, I should have communicated. That's not on the guys behind the scene doing this. That's on me on not having my ducks
I just wanted to make sure we had your list in the right order. I didn't know if you had an order, if you were just throwing 5 names out,
Yeah,
Look at Max on the video side, Chris, by the way. Instantly fix it for you.
Look at Max. I mean, I'm still working my way back in here, Chris, right? So, like, this is kind of 5, just general. Yeah, that's what I'm going to chalk that up to.
Okay, it's like a first quarter for the Knicks in game 1 of a series after they've been off for a week,
Exactly.
Just shaking off the rust. Okay, so you have Jadarian Price 1, Dylan Thieneman 2, Carnell Tate 3, Jordan Tyson 4, Caden Proctor 5. The Proctor selection, I'll be honest, surprises me. I think the Dolphins, I'm not big on Caden Proctor in the first place, and I think the Dolphins are going to be hot garbage this year, which I think is a tough spot for a rookie offensive lineman especially. But I get what you're saying in that, you want to talk about guys who are going to be thrown right into the fire. Yeah. Caden Proctor is going to get thrown right in there and sink or swim kid.
No. But is Proctor going to be on the field? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good call. I'm with you there. Jordan Tyson, I like. I don't have him in my top 5, but I had him close. He was definitely under consideration. Tate and Price both have a home on my list as well, which I'll get to in a second for a lot of the reasons you mentioned. Dylan Thieneman does not.
Yeah, your reaction to Dylan Thielman. I thought your reaction to Carnell Tate, you were kind of like, where are you going with this one? So I'm interested to see where you have him on yours. Okay. So Kate's list again. Caden Proctor 5, Tyson 4, Carnell Tate 3, Dylan Thieneman 2, Jadarian Price 1. My power ranking of the guys I think will be the most impactful rookies this season in the NFL. I'm going to start at number 5 and count down. Number 5, Sonny Styles in Washington. This defense is in desperate need of help at all 3 levels. And Sonny Styles is a guy who can probably help it on all 3 levels. He can play sideline to sideline. He can do literally anything you need him to do. I think this is a guy that sets up to be, for years going forward, at the heart of the Commanders' defense. But for this year specifically, it's not like he's not going to see snaps. Again, instant impact, Sonny Styles in the middle of the Commanders' defense with a chance to affect every single play on defense, I think is, like, if we're talking defensive rookie of the year, will be right up there with one other name that I'm going to mention in a couple of minutes. But he's going to be right up there. He's going to be on highlight reels all year. Sonny Styles, just a physical freak who I think is going to have an impact right out of the gate for Washington. So he's number 5 for me. Number 4, you mentioned him already. He's your number 1. You get drafted to the Super Bowl champs, and you're essentially taking the roster spot of the reigning Super Bowl MVP. You're going to be counted on to do a lot, and Jadarian Price is in a very good spot to be counted on to do a lot. I think he's going to have a very impactful year. When you consider Charbonnet and how Price is instantly your number 1 back there, I think. And yes, it'll still be somewhat of a timeshare, but I think Jadarian Price is going to be counted on to give what the Seahawks what they need, which is, hey, we've got to have the base of a strong run game on offense so that we're not asking Sam Darnold to go out there and put games on his shoulders. We've got to be able to run the ball. They've got a quality offensive line. Jadarian Price, I think, will have a very good year. I don't have him number 1 like you do, but I do have him in the top 5, number 4 specifically. Number 3,
I haven't found anyone else who agrees with me on this yet. I haven't, because it's probably not a very good team this year. But I think he is going to be the engine that drives the offense, and there will be times where even when the opposing defenses are planning against him and really nothing else, he's still going to have games where he pops off. Jeremiah Love is number 3 for me. I can't wait to see what this guy becomes when he actually has a full-fledged offense built around him, and we're not talking about the carcass of Jacoby Brissett maybe, or Carson Beck, or whoever the quarterback is going to be in Arizona this year. When they have a real legit offense around him, he's going to become the best back in the league. I think just immediately from the jump, he's going to have offensive rookie of the year moments and probably numbers based on volume, if nothing else. There are going to be weeks where he faces defenses that just stack the box, and it's going to be tough sledding, and he's going to have 23 carries for 81 yards, and everyone's going to go, oh, what a bust. Why would they draft him where they did 3rd overall? But I think overall he's going to be a massively important part of the Arizona offense right from the jump. So I have Jeremiah Love, number 3. Number 2, I think he's my defensive rookie of the year candidate, my favorite anyway, Caleb Downs. I think you talk about guys much like Sonny Styles who have the ability to affect the game at all 3 levels. Caleb Downs is going to be that for the Cowboys this year. It's one of the reasons I really like Dallas to be much better this year. Obviously, the offense is going to be what it's going to be. It's going to put up points. But having Caleb Downs in the middle of that defense, able to do absolutely anything you ask him to do, is a huge improvement for Dallas in the middle of that defense. And whether it's ball hawking in the secondary, coming up in the box and stuffing the run, maybe even blitzing, rushing the passer on occasion, Caleb Downs can do it on all 3 levels. I think much like Sonny Styles, we're going to see him pop off and have some highlight reel moments this year. So I have Caleb Downs, number 2. And my number 1 overall most impactful rookie in the NFL this year, Carnell Tate. I mean, you said it already. Like, the ability for he and Cam Ward to build some chemistry instantly will have a big impact on this, but why would they not be able to? I think Cam Ward's going to have a big leap in year 2. I think the Titans are a dark horse to maybe be an AFC wildcard team because of that, and I think Carnell Tate could instantly be not just offensive rookie of the year candidate and winner, but one of those receivers that has a massive impact on a team going from, I don't know if I'll go worst to first, but worst to playoff contender, wild card contender, because Cam Ward and Carnell Tate should develop a connection very quickly, and it's going to drive the Titans offense. You know, much like the Arizona offense, I think there's still a lot of pieces that have to come together for that team to ultimately reach the level of success they think they're capable of with a 1st overall quarterback and Tate having his pedigree as well. And that's probably still a year or 2 down the line. But this year, instant impact, Carnell Tate is going to have it for the Tennessee Titans. So I have him number 1, Caleb Downs 2, Jeremiah Love 3, Jadarian Price 4, and Sonny Styles 5, Kate.
Do you think Carnell Tate is the first option wide receiver wise? Like Calvin Ridley, older, yes, veteran, but like Wan'Dale Robinson, like their wide receiver room is not anything good. Like he has to be the top option off the bat, right?
I think Ridley still serves a purpose, obviously. I don't think he's totally washed yet. I think Wan'Dale Robinson, like if you're looking for that field stretcher, deep vertical threat, we know he can do that. I think if you're looking for the guy who's going to be the security blanket for Cam Ward, for lack of a better way to put it, and let's not ignore the fact that they don't have Chig Nwankwo back this year. He's gone, and he was kind of that at times last year for Cam Ward, the tight end. You could do much worse than having Carnell Tate as your security blanket. He's going to be that guy on 3rd and 6 that Cam Ward looks to. You know, when the pocket starts to collapse and the pass rush is in his face, it's Carnell Tate. He's going to be like, I don't know, 120 targets, something more than that. I think he's going to see the ball consistently from week 1 throughout the year. and they're going to have a lot of connection. Tate, the ability to take it and run with it too after he catches it. I think, yeah, Carnell Tate is instantly wide receiver 1 in Tennessee.
I also, Caleb Downs, that was one very close to making my list as well. So I'm on board with you right there.
Yeah, I just, you drop somebody into that defense, like I said, same thing. The thing about both Downs and Styles that I like is the fact that they really can line up almost anywhere and make a play almost anywhere on the field. So that's why I have both of them in my top 5. But I think Downs obviously has the ability to help a team that, I don't know, I'm probably higher on the Cowboys than most this year. I think could make a little bit of a jump up, especially defensively. They've got the room to grow there. So I had to include him in my top 5. And maybe I put him a little high at number 2, but I think he'll have that kind of impact right out of the gate. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Coming up top of the hour, some other NFL headlines that we have to talk about, including another leverage play maybe by a team and trying to get what they want. And another team acquired someone that I don't think makes them any better at all. We'll get into that at the top of the hour. Next, though, it's been chaos at the Stanley Cup final in the best way possible. And we talk about, Kate and I, whether we think there's any way to gain any inkling of who may actually win this series and spend the summer with Lord Stanley's Cup, or whether it's still all up in the air after what we've seen through the first 3 games. That's next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports.
stopped by Slavin. Theodore drive off the back wall and knocked in. Vegas wins in double overtime.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Sean McDonough on ESPN and ABC. The final call of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Shea Theodore gets a nice bounce off the backboards, the end wall, behind Freddie Anderson, and Vegas, after blowing a 4-goal lead, becomes just the second team in Stanley Cup Final history to win a game in which they blew a 4-goal lead. I want to say it was the Bruins in 1972, the last team to do that. Hold on. Now I'm going to be a big dork and have to look it up to make sure I got that right. Yeah, it was the 1972 Bruins. Okay, good. I did have that right. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. So we had a Mitch Marner hat trick in just 6 minutes and 10 seconds. We had Carolina come back from down 4-0 to tie it up. Then we have Vegas score in double overtime to win the game. It's been a wild series, Kate. I mean, it's everything you could possibly want from a Stanley Cup Final series and then some, except for the fact that there's no way to tell who's going to win this thing. It's been back and forth the whole time. It's
been just pure chaos, Chris. Like,
yes.
I don't know if there's you look up the definition of chaos in the dictionary and Stanley Cup Final at 2026, games 1, 2, and 3. Like, that is the definition right there. And I don't know what's more impressive. Like, if we power rank impressive moments or crazy moments in this series, like Mitch Marner, his hat trick in under 6 minutes, the 4 goals in that period, just in general, or was it 3 goals? It was 3 goals in 39 seconds.
3 goals, 39 seconds by Carolina, fastest in Cup history too.
Or Cup I'm final feeding history. This baby during that 39 seconds. And so I'm burping, I'm, looking down. I got a lot going on. And I just kept looking up and it was just another goal scored. And I kept thinking it was like a replay of the previous goal. I'm like, okay, they're just replaying the highlights. And I'm like, that's not the goal I just saw. What is going on? And it happened again and again. And I'm like, what madness is happening in this game right now? But it's made for an incredible watch for, I mean, whether you're a diehard hockey fan, an average hockey fan, a fair weather, like you only watch in the play, like it's been incredible the whole time.
Yeah. And like you said, it just chaos and of the best possible kind. But people expected this to be a boring series, and it's been anything but. With BetMGM's hat trick jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets. All you got to do is place an anytime goal scorer wager. And if your guy nets the Hattie, as Mitch Marner did last night during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Mitch Marner, for what it's worth, Kate, is having the best postseason of his career after spending a long time in his hometown of Toronto playing for the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs are in a position now where they let Marner walk last year. I mean, it was a sign and trade, but whatever. They effectively moved on from Mitch Marner, where they've got the first overall pick in the draft. They could select Gavin McKenna, the kid out of Penn State. And I'm curious to see what Austin Matthews does, because it feels like Austin Matthews is another guy who, in the spotlight of Toronto, hockey mad Canada and Toronto, would be a lot better off in a market where it's not that fishbowl piranha tank mentality. It's like playing football in Dallas. It's like playing anything in New York. Marner has done very well to go off to Vegas, where, granted, they love the Golden Knights in Vegas, but it's not everything in Vegas hockey. In Toronto, hockey is everything. I don't wonder if Austin Matthews, and I actually had a friend of mine from Canada say to me the other night, he's like, why wouldn't Matthews ask out, especially if the Leafs have a chance to rebuild from this point with Gavin McKenna as the first overall pick? Why wouldn't he ask to be moved out? And so, just in your opinion, whether it's you personally or whether you think of how athletes respond to it, philosophically, would you rather be in a sports-crazed city where every move is hyper-analyzed, the fishbowl, the piranha tank, or would you rather be the big fish in the small pond, like LeBron in Cleveland, I guess, to an extent, Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh, Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio?
I think there's something to be said of being in the fishbowl. But you kind of have to have success there. Like, if you're an athlete, like, don't you want to be in the biggest market with the biggest spotlight on you and have these, like, there's something to that, like Kobe in LA, like having the success that he had in the massive market where everything means so much. But on the other side, it's like, when you're not winning, you're scrutinized 24/7. We had a family friend, Jake Gardner. He was a defenseman for Toronto, for the Maple Leafs for a number of years. And he wasn't even to the level of Austin Matthews, and he's getting scrutinized and criticized for every single thing. And so, like, at that point, that gets old. And does that suck some of the joy of playing out of the game for you? And so I'm kind of in the camp where, like, if Austin Matthews asks out and wants to go somewhere smaller where he's not just like criticized 24/7, I might be okay with that. I might even agree with that.
Like, yeah, John Gibson, the goaltender for the Red Wings now, who played for years in Anaheim, when he was presented with the option of where he could go when he hit free agency, the Pittsburgh Penguins, and he's from Pittsburgh, were presented as an option. And just from talking to some people that are close to him, I know he had to sit and take a step back and go, do I want to be in my hometown with all the distraction that comes with that? And then if if for whatever reason the team doesn't live up to expectations, how much of it is going to get thrown on me because I'm the guy who's from here? And that's a different dynamic. Like, going back and forth between, like, I don't know. I look at a guy like Skeens, though. I hate the idea of it as a Pirates fan, but Skeens and Dodger Blue in LA, like,
absolutely not.
I don't know.
Personality, I think, plays into it too.
That's a good point. Coming up, they just keep going back and forth. I don't know if they'll ever reach an agreement, but both sides is trying to play it to the absolute max. We'll tell you who we're talking about in the NFL next on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
I don't even know what to make of this anymore. It's just, and I know we're on 670 The Score in Chicago. Westwood One Sports, Chris Mack, Kate Constable here on BetMGM Game Day. So a lot of you listening to 670 The Score in Chicago have already heard this audio because it happened on The Score. But we have to let the rest of the country hear some of the nonsense and shenanigans going on between the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, and the Bears, who may soon be the Hammond, Indiana Bears. We'll get into that in a second. Also, there was a move made by one team this week that I don't think makes them any better. We'll get into that in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will draft one of our favorite moments of every Sunday afternoon when we do one of our BetMGM Game Day drafts. We will draft the best NBA clutch shooters of all time. I can't wait to see some of the names that we cook up. But Brandon Johnson, mayor of Chicago, was on 670 The Score earlier this week, was talking at length about the back and forth between the Bears and the city and the state, as it seems like the Bears are really trying to push for more leverage, really acting as if they're seriously considering a possible move to northwestern Indiana. And amidst talking about a multitude of other things, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, dropped this into the chat.
Getting in and out of Soldier Field is an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you how bad it is. Bears versus Packers. I'm at the game. We're losing. I decide to leave to beat the traffic. Before I get out of the footprint, the Bears had come back to win. The ingress-egress part.
Yeah, I don't need ingress egress, Mayor Johnson. Thank you very much. When the mayor of the city is telling you, yeah, I like to beat the traffic. Like, everybody knows it's not easy to get in and out of Soldier Field, right, Kate? Like, that's not breaking news.
It's not.
You're the mayor. I think you probably have an easier time getting in and out. I don't know. This whole back and forth between the city and the state and Mayor Johnson and Governor Pritzker and the Bears is just, it feels like everybody, I don't know how real anybody is about anything anymore and how much people are just trying to create leverage for their side.
One, you're right. Mayor Johnson, likely, if he wanted to, could probably have like a police escort out of the stadium. Right? So, like, what are we doing leaving the game early? And Mayor Johnson, have you not watched the Bears this year? They always come back in the fourth quarter. Like, you don't know ball, dude. Clearly, because you're leaving the game, our biggest rival, before in the fourth quarter. Okay, so that's just one thing right there that's just wrong in this situation. But I mean, no one can. They're all playing hardball with each other, and the Bears now announcing that Hammond, Indiana, they are voted to move forward with advanced plans for the stadium in Hammond. So not committing fully to Indiana yet, leaving the door open for Chicago, for Illinois to come back and like put together another somewhat of a proposal thing. So like it's just all sorts of back and forth. But I mean, the Bears are finally putting a stake in and saying like this is the terminology is getting away from me, but like the first vote that the board of directors have had to advance plans in one of the two areas. So essentially saying like, okay, we're getting more serious about Indiana unless something else happens, but they didn't quite, like they could come out and say, we are building in Indiana, and they're not doing that yet because they still want the door open in Illinois. So it's just been a mess all around. But I mean, Mayor Johnson admitting he's leaving Bears Packers. What are we doing?
Bad look. Bad look. And look, for those that aren't familiar with the geography of Chicagoland, like, and I'm not nearly as familiar with it as you would be, Kate, as a resident there, but like, it's not necessarily that they're moving way far away. Like from a lot of Bears fans in the southern suburbs of Chicago, like probably easier than getting to Arlington Heights, the other site that they're proposing. And so it's 17 miles from Soldier Field, where they're talking about building in Hammond, Indiana. So it's not crazy. But I do think, and I've seen other people point this out, like, you take a team out of its city, for lack of a better way to put it, like the Jets and Giants playing in New Jersey. And I do think it creates maybe a little bit of a disconnect. It does. And like, if I understand in Manhattan or anywhere in New York City, there isn't room to build some massive, or the cost would be ridiculous, to build a massive NFL stadium for the Jets and Giants to share and play in. But all of a sudden, it creates, like, I'll use my experience as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan growing up. There has always been a great fear that whether it was 25 years ago when they tore down Three Rivers Stadium and built Heinz Field, or now as Heinz Field starts to age a little bit, this fear that they would move way out to the suburbs, like an hour and 15 minutes, an hour from town. And even that creates a little bit of anxiety for fans who, when you're in the city of the team, I don't know, maybe I'm being kind of Pollyanna-ish or naive about it, but like, I feel a greater connection to the team when I'm sitting in the stadium and I can look across the river and see downtown. Like, same thing in Chicago. Soldier Field is historic. You're right there. You're on the lakeshore. And like, to move to Indiana just feels weird.
Hammond, Indiana would be closer for me to get to than Arlington Heights, Illinois would be, based on where I am. I mean, granted, by like 2 minutes, but like, that's the geography of it. For people that live in the city, it's about the same place. But you're right. Getting up in the morning and going across the border to tailgate for the Chicago Bears, there's something about it that doesn't feel right as a fan. And you could say, okay, well, there's the fans up in the north in Illinois that aren't going to be able to make it all the way down to, like, it's going to be an entirely full day production for them to get there. But same thing for fans in Southern Illinois that are going up to Arlington Heights. So like, there's the back and forth both ways, but I think your point's a great one. There's a disconnect there when you're not in your home state, when you're crossing borders to go watch your team. Like, I don't know. I guess it would be interesting to interview some Jets and Giants fans of like, when they went to New Jersey, did things feel different? Was it like, did you kind of feel less of a connection to your team being they were playing across the border? But like, that's a piece that I'm not sure that really matters in this grand scheme of thing, of like the connection that the fans have with it. It's all about the money and the politics here.
Right.
But that's a fan. I mean, that's something that I think fans do care about. It's not going to be a deciding factor.
And look, like in the New York metro area, like Northern Jersey basically is New York, right? Like, so I get, like, people go back and forth through the tunnels and the bridges every single day. So going to the Meadowlands, East Rutherford, for, you know, a Jets or Giants game at MetLife isn't necessarily that big a deal, okay? Because you go back and forth all the time. And maybe for people that live in the southern suburbs of Chicago, or like you said, outside of the city, who are Bears fans who have to come into Chicago for a game, it's a whole hell of a lot easier to get to Hammond. The more important part of this, like you said, is the financial impact. And when the state of Indiana is offering $700 million in infrastructure upgrades to Hammond, Indiana, to bring the Bears into town, and offering $1 billion for the stadium and everything else, like, that's where teams are looking. They want to have, like the Braves have in suburban Atlanta, they want to have, you know, the Braves have the Battery, right? And they own everything that's in that area, or at least the land rights to a lot of stuff in that area. So they're making money outside of the ballpark and outside of the team. And that's what most franchises want now in any sport. They want to have those extra revenue streams that maybe aren't necessarily then poured into how the cap is figured. The owners want to, obviously, they got to be billionaires somehow. It wasn't by spending more money than they make. So they want to make more money, and they want to continue to be capital B billionaires. So it's all about the dollar signs in the end.
I mean, that's essentially what you just described there with the Braves, like what the Cubs have done. Gallagher Way outside Wrigley, they revamped everything around that. And the Ricketts, you know, they raking a bunch of cash there. And when you're talking about billionaires that own teams in NFL, like the McCaskies are one of the poorest billionaires in the NFL. Yeah. It's not like they are the Jerry Joneses of the world. So like these types of things are like, yeah, you gotta think about that when you're getting that much money and that good of a deal from Indiana versus the hoopla that you're having to jump through here in Illinois with Pritzker and all of that stuff. Grant says, boo-hoo,
there is one.
Yeah.
Boo-hoo, yeah. Poor McCaskey.
Yeah, boo-hoo, you're a billionaire.
There is one team in the NFL that I don't think got any better at all with one addition to their roster this week, Kate. And it's not Myles Garrett and the Rams, obviously. It's not A.J. Brown and the Patriots. It's CBS and Russell Wilson. He made his retirement official and announced that he's joining the NFL today. I don't see how this makes... Look, Russ, by all accounts, is a wonderful human being. But he's also got this trait that he's been accused of called toxic positivity. I don't know if Russ can go on national TV and criticize players and coaches and be critical, honestly critical of things that he sees happening in games. I get the feeling this isn't going to... Kyle Long is the much better impact addition to the CBS pregame show, NFL Today. I don't know what Russ adds to this. Like, nobody's tuning into the CBS pregame show to see what Russ has to say, I don't think.
I'm tuning in if he's doing high knees up and down the set. Like, that's the type of stuff we need from Russ. That's what people will watch. And you're right, like, the whole the positivity with Russ is great. Glad he's a positive guy, but it can rub people the wrong way. And if it rubs viewers the wrong way, people are going to tune into other shows, right? So I'm not like, this is kind of a meh for me with Russell Wilson joining. Like, what is it really? What's he bringing to the table that other players, other ex-players, or people that they already have aren't bringing? Like, I just don't know. It's not like he's got like a, like, I just think of like George Kittle when George Kittle's done playing. If he wants to go be on a broadcast team, phenomenal. George Kittle has a crazy personality that's so fun. I would tune in to watch that. Russ
absolutely
doesn't really move the needle for me.
And look, the CBS pregame show, nothing against the guys on it. Like, I love Bill Cowher, but like, I'm not, it's not even in the top 2 or 3 of my favorite NFL pregame shows. Like, I don't know what your Sunday routine is or any other day of the week when there's football on, but like, NFL Network on Sunday mornings is always my go-to. I love Rich Eisen. I like Steve Mariucci. That whole crew, I think, does a really good job. They're my number one. I think Prime has done a really good job with their Thursday night crew.
Yeah.
They'd probably be my second, actually. And then it's kind of everybody else. Like, Fox has never wowed me. CBS has never really wowed me. ESPN, good enough when they do Countdown on Sundays and Monday nights. But, like, it just kind of feels like everybody, they're still right there with everybody else.
Yeah, I would agree with you that NFL Network is the top there. And then what sets the rest of them apart? Not a whole lot. They're all kind of just the same old pregame shows that they all have. So Russell Wilson is certainly not setting CBS apart from the others in a way that, I don't know, maybe they would hope. No. And can he like take jokes? Like, is he going to be okay if people tease him about the high knees or the let's ride or anything like that? Like, I could see him just getting pissed on set about that stuff, which is not like, you have to be able to make fun of yourself and joke around on TV and like have some fun. I just don't see that from him.
It's why the Prime crew works really well together, I think. Like Whitworth, Fitzpatrick, Sherm, like they're able to give the back and forth. It's why everything in TV, in television sports, is just chasing inside the NBA because those guys can give it to each other and take it. And like nothing will ever measure up to Shaq, Ernie, Kenny, and Chuck. And everybody is just chasing that.
Well, look at the people that have ascended recently. Like Jason Kelsey's everywhere on ESPN. Because he is he's the Charles Barkley. Pat McAfee's everywhere on also ESPN. Like those types of personalities. And granted, maybe it's like a, you know, oversaturation for a couple of them, but like that's what's, I guess, working if they're putting them on that much. I don't know. Russell Wilson is not that.
Russ is not that. Like, just I could see some really, like, I don't know if he'd get out and out pissed, like you said, but like I could just see some awkward moments. Like, I don't know.
Awkward is a great
I just
word.
I don't see him being as critical of players and coaches as he needs to be. I didn't even mention NBC, which, by the way, that is one of the great tragedies of our generation, is that back in the day when we were kids, Sunday night, you would turn on, as soon as the afternoon games were over, you would turn on Chris Berman and Tom Jackson and watch NFL primetime and get everything you needed in 1 hour, and it was phenomenal. And I get it. NBC paid the money for the rights, so they've had Sunday Night Football for a while now. But Football Night in America, even adding Mike Tomlin, it's never going to hold a candle to what Berman and TJ were.
And on that note, NBA night in America.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
Tirico's great at what he does play-by-play wise, but like those analysts, like
the pregame stuff for that, like it's just not there. Yeah, you're right. The cream of the crop is inside the NBA, and that will never be replicated again.
No. When Chuck is ready to hang him up and those guys are done, like it's over. It's done. There's no way you'll be able to replace any of them. Coming up, speaking of the NBA, we got Game 3 of the NBA Finals tomorrow night in New York, Madison Square Garden. Jalen Brunson has not shot the ball particularly well in this series, but he has come through in big moments. Best clutch shooter in the NBA right now. Where does he rank amongst the all-time greats? A BetMGM Game Day draft. We will draft our best NBA clutch shooters all time. We do that next right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Jalen Brunson's heroics, these playoffs, really going back to Villanova, and in this series, despite not shooting well overall, have led us down a path. We will draft in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day the best NBA clutch shooters of all time here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, fresh back from maternity leave, so we let her have the first overall pick in this week's draft. I'm curious to see where we go, the names we cook up, especially as we get deep into this draft. We bring in our executive producer, Zach Krull, as well as our board op, Grant Leader, to join us in drafting the best clutch shooters of all time. Order will go like this: Kate, Zach, Grant. Then I will wrap around with the last pick of the first round, first pick of the second round, snake style. With no further ado, I don't think there's much question about where you're going to go first overall, Kate, but go ahead and give it to us.
Tyrese Halliburton. I'm kidding. Michael Jordan, obviously.
My heart just skipped a beat.
I mean, Halliburton was great in the finals last year. Michael Jordan is the hands down, has to be the number one pick. Yeah. It's too easy. You guys gave me a layup there. Michael Jordan, number one.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was. We basically gifted that to you. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. MJ number one. No one's surprised by that. Zach knows ball. The man lives, eats, breathes basketball of all sorts. He gets the second pick in our draft of the best clutch shooters in NBA history. Zach, MJ off the board. Where do you go?
Okay, this is a tough one, but I'm going to take a member of the 2013-2014 Heatles, but it might not be the guy you expect. I'm not taking LeBron James. I'm taking his teammate Ray Allen, who, in my opinion, hit the clutchest shot in the history of the NBA in 2013, game number 6, Miami down 3, 5 seconds left, and he, off the Chris Bosh offensive rebound, he hits the shot. It's the clutchest shot in the history of the NBA. If he misses that shot, LeBron has at least one less ring, and that's just an iconic moment. So just for that shot alone, give me Ray Allen at number 2.
All right, it's a really good pick. I don't think anyone would argue that Ray Allen belongs in this draft. Maybe a little reach with the first round pick, but I'll give it to you, Zach. Zach knows ball. I'm not going to argue with the man. All right, Grant, you're up next. Third overall, your first round pick in best clutch shooters in NBA history draft.
There's a lot of people to choose from, but I'm going to go with the guy who's basically created the term being clutch, and that is Mr. Clutch, the logo, Jerry West. And I know that clutch points and all that didn't exist in the 60s and 70s when he's playing, but if you ask a lot of people that play basketball, they'll say Jerry West is probably the most clutch player in the NBA. Not today, obviously, because obviously there's bigger standards like Jordan, Kobe, and Ray Allen, for instance, with Zach's pick. But he has the name Mr. Clutch for a reason. So I got to go with Mr. Clutch for my first overall pick.
The man is the logo. I mean, we can't ignore that. Yeah. So absolutely. Jerry West belongs in this draft, too. First round pick by Grant in our draft of the most clutch shooters in NBA history. I get 2 picks here. And the fact that one of them, who Grant just mentioned, has fallen to me at 4th overall, we're jumping up and down and hugging each other in the draft room right now. Mamba mentality, baby. Kobe Bryant. How does he last to the 4th pick? So I've got to take Kobe. And then maybe one of the meanest SOBs in NBA history. Not only would he hit the shot in your eye, he would laugh at you and make fun of you for it and tell you that he was going to do it beforehand and still do it. The hick from French Lick, baby. Larry Bird. I got Kobe and Larry on the wraparound in our draft. This is amazing. I'm feeling really good already. All right.
Yeah.
Grant, you're up again.
I was probably gonna go Larry Bird if that was available, but Chris kind of swung right in and picked that up. I'll probably take arguably the best shooter of all time. I'll go with Steph Curry. And I know Jerry West didn't draft him, but he kind of was in the Warrior system when Steph was there and kind of maybe pushed a little bit of that, that little energy towards him. So I'm going to go Steph Curry with my next pick.
It's a hell of a
Also,
backcourt,
I mean,
Grant.
I love that pick, Grant, because not even just in the NBA, but go to the Olympics last, 2 years ago in Paris, clutch in that game, France over Wemby too. US would not have won that without Steph Curry coming up in the clutch in that one. So good pick, Steph Curry.
Yeah, that is. I'm glad you brought up the Team USA. That's a good call, Kate. All right, Zach, you got Ray Allen for the 2013 Heat. Alone is worth it. Where do you go next?
This is one I'm honestly surprised he's still on the board. I mean, have you guys ever heard of a role player that has 7 championship rings? Because, I mean, this guy, I feel like I had to take him. Robert Horry, of course, the pick here with my number 2. I mean, think about this. You guys know the epic shot he hit against the Kings in 2002, Game 5 as a Laker, one of the most iconic shots ever. But I forgot about this. In Game 5 of the 2005 NBA Finals, Spurs-Pistons, he has 3 points through the first 3 quarters and then scores 21 in the fourth quarter in overtime. And the Spurs ended up winning that series. Obvious pick here. 7 rings. Give me Robert Horry with my second pick.
I'm going to be honest. I'm just pissed that somebody took Big Shot Bob before I got a chance to snag him.
Yeah.
I thought you were taking him at the turn. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, I couldn't pass up Kobe and Larry, Zach. Like, I just... Yeah. So that's a hell of a pick by you. Kate, you get 2 picks here. You've started strong with MJ. Where do you go next?
I know. Like, are we all afraid? Because I kind of am. Like, are we all afraid to pick LeBron? Is he not that clutch? I think we all are. Like, you don't want LeBron James on your list. And granted, like, LeBron has what did I read? The most playoff buzzer beaters ever out there. But I'm not sure I can put him on my list. I just don't.
You've been around for 75 years.
It helps when you played 30 seasons.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 2011. Dirk Nowitzki. That guy was pretty clutch throughout that season. Maybe not all like throughout his entire career, although I mean Dirk was phenomenal. But like 2011, great clutch season for Dirk.
No, Dirk's a great call. I mean, I think I saw the number is 49% from the field in the final minute of possession games over his career. So you can't go wrong with Dirk.
I gotta go again too, don't I?
Yeah. Are you gonna bite the bullet and take LeBron?
I mean, yeah, I am. He has some pretty like I'm with you guys. I don't want to do it, but he does have some pretty good especially playoff performances in the clutch. So yes, LeBron James, my third clutch player there.
I mean, look, we're talking clutch shooters. I mean, the block obviously gets remembered by a lot of people as just as big a clutch moment, the chase down block from behind. But okay, you bit the bullet, and you've got a pretty strong roster so far.
I hate myself for doing it. Yeah.
Well, too late. You did it.
It is.
They announced it. He's yours now.
Right.
So MJ and LeBron on the same group there. Zach, you've got Ray Allen and Big Shot Bob. Where are you going with your third pick in the draft of all-time best clutch shooters in NBA history?
So Kate made a joke about him earlier, but I'm going to take Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, the run that he went on last year is one of the clutchest runs I've ever seen. I mean, he hit a game winner, at least one, in every series he played in, and they went all the way to the NBA Finals. And the shot against Cleveland off a missed free throw to eliminate the Cavs, that was epic. The shot at the Garden against the Knicks was pretty epic. And I still maintain, like, if he doesn't get hurt, who knows what happens in that Game 7. It's one of the biggest what-ifs in NBA history, in my opinion. So I will take Tyrese Halliburton with my third pick.
That's a pretty strong squad you got so far, Zach. Ray Allen, Robert Horry, Halliburton. Grant, you got the logo, and you got Steph. Where are you going with your third pick?
My third pick, I'm going to go with one of Steph's teammates. I'm going to go with Kevin Durant. His early years with Oklahoma City, if you go back and watch a lot of his playoff runs, he has buzzer beaters against the Mavs. He has buzzer beaters against the Grizzlies. He led the team to the finals, ultimately, so came to the King and LeBron James and the Heatles there. But when he went to the Warriors, he was the guy that got the ball and was making those shots. You look at 2017 and you look at 2018, those two shots in Cleveland, those 3-pointers to put the nail in the coffin for the Cavaliers in those series, he was the guy getting the ball at the end of the game on probably one of the most powerful teams in NBA history. So I'm going to go with Kevin Durant with my next pick.
That's solid. That's a very strong pick. Jerry West, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant so far for Grant through the first 3 rounds of our BetMGM Game Day draft of the best clutch shooters all-time NBA history. I get 2 picks here, the wraparound. I've already got Kobe. I've already got Larry Bird. I'll be honest, I'm stunned these next 2 are still sitting there. First, I'm going to go, just to build the drama a little bit here. I know exactly where I was when this guy hit the shot in 2019 that bounced off the rim so high up into the air that it was out of frame, and then bing, bong, boop, through the net. Kawhi Leonard, I am taken. I still remember we were at Universal Studios with the kids. We were walking back to the hotel after a full day at the theme park. I saw the game was winding down. I insisted we stop and watch. We stopped and watched and stopped just in time to see that shot by Kawhi. We'll never forget that. So I got Kawhi Leonard with my 3rd pick. And my 4th pick, so appropriate, given that the NBA Finals are taking place at Madison Square Garden for the next couple of nights. Yeah, I'm making the choking motion. I'm Reggie looking right at Spike Lee. Reggie Miller. My God, the man was an absolute serial killer in the Garden against the Knicks in the late 90s and early 2000s. So I will take him with my final pick, and my squad of 4 is set. Kobe, Larry, Kawhi, and Reggie. Those are my 4 in the draft of the best clutch shooters in NBA history. Grant, your final pick. Who you add into the mix with Jerry West, Steph Curry, and KD?
So my next pick, it does sound a little bit homer as well for me, but I'm going to go SGA. Just won Clutch Player of the Year. He broke a record since the clutch points have been accumulated in NBA history. He scored the most clutch points in NBA history for a single season this year. You go back and watch the series with the Nuggets. You go back and watch the series against the Pacers. He was the catalyst behind them winning Game 4 on the road in Denver and in Indianapolis, and then closing things out in Game 7 against both the teams as well. And then this past season, he didn't have a lot of challenges when it came to the playoffs because their team swept 2 teams, the Lakers and the Suns, and then he had a little bit of a disadvantage with a lot of players out this year in Game 7 with AJ and with J-Dub. But I will say SGA, as a clutch standpoint, one of the best in the NBA right now.
Homer. Oh, sorry, I had to clear my throat there, Grant. Homer.
It's okay. We talk a lot about the Pirates on this show, so and the Steelers.
No, that's a solid pick. I like your group. West, Curry, Durant, and SGA. Zach, who are you adding to the mix? Because this is a pretty legendary squad you've got with Ray Allen, Robert Horry, and Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, full transparency, I want to take Jalen Brunson. Like, I do. I think he is the clutchest player in the NBA right now. But it's interesting, like, he hasn't really had a ton of moments in the clutch that, like, I know for a fact I'm going to look at in the playoffs and say, okay, that's definitely going to be one I remember. Until the other night, he was bad in the fourth quarter, hit a tough jumper to tie the game at 104. He's had some clutch moments. I'm going to wait until after the Knicks win the finals to really put him in that echelon already. So I'm going to pass on him. Right. But I'm going to take another guy that's currently playing, and I feel like we're forgetting just how clutch this guy is, and that's Luka Doncic. He'll be my final pick. Kate, I have to bring that. I hate to bring this up. I know you're a big Timberwolves supporter as well.
I know. Over Rudy, yeah.
It's one of the
5. Yeah.
It's one of the coldest blooded shots I've ever seen. Like, to this day, I've never seen someone silence an arena like that. It's one of the most iconic shots, I think, in recent memory. He also had one against the Clippers. I think it was his second year in the league, in the bubble, in a playoff series, Game 5, buzzer beater. So I will take Luka as my final pick. I think we're forgetting just how clutch this guy is, maybe because he didn't play in the playoffs this past year.
Yeah, and then when Luka turns and says what he says after the Rudy shot, it's like, that was pretty cool. That was a good one. All right, I'll wrap things up here. I'm going to go. Have we forgotten what time it is, guys? It is Dame time.
Dame time.
Damian Lillard, clutch performer. I mean, you don't call it Dame time if it's, I don't know where I was going with that, but it's Dame time for a reason. So, Damian Lillard.
All right, so that's a solid squad. We'll recap real quick here. Kate has MJ, Nowitzki, LeBron, and Dame. Zach has Ray Allen, Big Shot Bob Horry, Ty Halliburton, and Luka. Grant's got Jerry West, Steph Curry, KD, and SGA. I've got Kobe, Larry, Kawhi, and Reggie. Yes, I just referred to all four of my picks by first name only. And that's how much I love each and every one of them. So I don't know if I can declare a clear winner here. We might have to ask video producer Max if he wants to declare a winner. All four of these feel really, really close.
Can I interject here unless Max
ahead.
has
Make an argument for yourself.
No, I have no argument for myself. Maybe I was gone for too long, but since Grant, you're an OKC fan, like a homer for OKC.
Oh, I grew up in Oklahoma. Sorry, Kate. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I'm born in Chicago, but I grew up in Oklahoma, and then I moved back here. So.
And maybe I did know that. Maybe just the time off, things have escaped me. But all right, that's good to know.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
that's
I am not a Bulls fan though. I'll just say that. I know this might strike a lot of Chicago people. I'll support the team, but I won't cheer them on. So
Grant doesn't just bleed blue and orange. When SGA hits the floor, he cries blue and orange tears. That's the level of homerism we have for the Thunder from Grant. And that's cool. You're supposed to be a fan of your favorite teams.
Yeah.
Chris, if he's hitting the floor, he's hitting the floor with his trophies right next to him. So,
okay, there we go. Thank you. Max just declared in the chat that I get the dub. It's close though. I mean, all four of these squads are very strong. So our BetMGM game day draft this week, the most clutch shooters all time in the NBA. I knew we'd come up with some good names, and nobody disappointed from top to bottom in today's draft. Coming up, we will wrap things up, some bets maybe for not just today, the rest of the day, and tomorrow, maybe NBA Finals Game 3, plus our 3 stars of the day as well, all coming up here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Our three favorite moments of the day, our three stars of the show, coming up in just a couple of minutes here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable here on Westwood One Sports. We're just days away from the kickoff of the World Cup, and undoubtedly, you might want to get in on some of that action inside the BetMGM app. And BetMGM players, you'll receive a World's Game Tournament winner boost token inside your BetMGM app. To use it, all you got to do, add a World's Game Tournament winner wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you'll receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars, all inside that BetMGM app. The tournament itself, the World Cup, kicks off on Thursday, Kate. Team USA Friday night, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific kick against Paraguay out in L.A. And your husband, you mentioned earlier, has managed to wrangle this into a work trip while you'll be playing solo mama for a couple days.
Funny how that works. He was going to go to the game, fly in, the game's evening, Friday and Friday morning, fly out Saturday, be home, just a quick trip. Why not make it a work trip? Why go for 36 hours when you can go for 72, maybe a little bit more? I don't know, spend some time in LA, some warmth while I'm home with the kid, solo parenting for 4 days. Not too bad. The guy's impressive the way somehow those things seem to work out.
Look, it's a big opportunity for him. I mean, expense those Uber rides, you know?
That's the positive of it is now the flights are expensed, the hotels are expensed, so we save a little money. All that's coming out of his pocket is the ticket. So it's
he's really doing it for the family, Kate. It doesn't feel like it right now. It's not for him. It's for the family.
Yeah. It's for the what's the the 529, whatever college fund you start for your kids.
Exactly.
It's all going in there. Yeah.
Look, as someone who is a year away from watching all of that money disappear towards post-secondary education, let me just say, start building the nest egg now, because you can never start too early.
We'll turn everything into a work trip if that savings can go straight to a college fund. Why not?
Maybe some winnings from a few bets here and there on the BetMGM app as well. You got any bets for the next couple of days you want to throw out there?
I don't know how you can't take the Knicks. I'm taking the Knicks. I'm taking them to cover.
Yeah.
I think the ending of that game 2, the wind is out of the sail for the Spurs. And then now going on the road to Madison Square Garden, 2.5. I'm taking the Knicks.
That's a good call. I want to do it, but I'm kind of holding out on it still. I am going to put a little something on Karl Anthony Towns at plus 175 to win MVP of the finals. He doesn't even, I don't think, if he puts together just one more game like he's put together in the first 2, I think it's hands down Karl Anthony Towns. So if you're still getting it at almost 2-1, I think you have to jump in on it. Also, Stanley Cup Final Game 4 is Tuesday night in Vegas, and the total on that game is just 6. If you think for a second that the chaos in that series is going to slow down, I got another thing coming for you. Like, over 6, absolutely. I will be playing the over on Game 4 between Vegas and Carolina on Tuesday night. So I want to throw those out there as well. But our 3 favorite moments of the show, we call them our 3 stars. Let's do it.
3.
And the reason the Browns were even considering this trade is because of the inclusion of Jared Verse. It is not often that you see a blockbuster trade of this magnitude include an immediate replacement who also happens to be one of the top 8 to 10 players at the position and is only 25 years old and is still on a rookie deal. You don't get that. Usually that's a 1-for-1 swap, maybe player for player and a day 3 pick. The Browns got Jared Verse, another first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick. So essentially they got 2 first-round picks, and one doesn't come with the risk that is associated with the pick that you get to spend because it's already a proven commodity. I don't think they could really do much better. I know the Browns fans grasp for like, I would have liked to get one more first, because they're looking at the total, which is that you only got 1 first-round pick for Myles Garrett without considering that Jared Verse is better than another first-round pick in the future. They're going to come to like him, and I think a lot of them are going to come around and realize that it was a very good trade.
Nick Shook of NFL.com loves what the Browns got for Myles Garrett, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, the point of what you're getting in Jared Verse versus having to draft and develop a player or have that player pan out in the way that you are hoping for. And Chris, we talked about it like a lot earlier in the show, is that the Browns historically, like the Rams are a pretty good drafting team. The Browns, not so much. So to get a player that you know what they are, I think that's a good move for the Browns in the Jared Verse piece of all this.
Our number 2 star of the day.
2.
I think it very well could be. And, Wemby with his comments after Game 7 gave me a lot of hope that it was not going to be that case. The way he was talking about how important it is, how this is his main thing is basketball and how this is the most important thing to him. And he, the comments he's made the other day about wanting to be the face of the league and all these sorts of things. Everything that we've heard from him suggests that he gets it. This is not an opportunity that he's going to let pass by in terms of his ability to become one of the all-time greats in the NBA. But it's very hard. It's very difficult, even if you do have that mindset going in of we are not going to fall victim to this. We beat the Thunder, so everything's good mentality. We're just happy to be here. We're not going to fall into that. We want the whole thing.
Trevor Lane of the NBA front office show talking about just Wemby and the Spurs reacting to that Western Conference Finals win over OKC as if they'd won everything, Kate.
Chris, you don't get to host the big trophy until you win the NBA Finals, not the Western Conference Finals. I don't know if the Spurs got their wires crossed a little bit on that one, but yeah, they celebrated what seemed to be a little bit too hard for just making it to the finals versus actually winning it. And now, as a result, find themselves down 0-2 going back to New York.
So our number 2 star, Trevor Lane. Our number 3 star, Nick Shook. Our number 1 star of the day has to be the return of Kate Constable back to BetMGM Game Day after 7 weeks of official motherhood. It was great to have you back, Kate.
It's been a pleasure. It's been very fun, guys. The 5 hours went quick. I held myself together for it. The kids survived. We all survived. It's been fun. I'm glad to be back with you.
Great to have you back. Now, naturally, I have to go on a vacation. I'll be off next weekend. PJ Glasser will be with Kate, but we have got you all summer long, every Sunday afternoon. Everything going on happens right here on Westwood One Sports. Have a great rest of your weekend.